on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. I'ma
Hello and welcome to Gamers Without Borders, and welcome to our final day of competition at this amazing charity event. Just one team will have the opportunity to play against the best in the world that this esport has to offer in a $1 million tournament later this summer in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Gamers 8. Also, this tournament right here, right now, in this region today, there's $1.25 million up for grabs for charities that are involved in humanitarian aid. So let's get this pre-show started, brought to you by Savvy Games Group. My name is Banks and I'm your host, and joining me in this amazing virtual studio, I've got Kassad and I've got Yanko. Kassad, our NA qualifiers, they were only a few hours ago, weren't they? Did you manage to get some rest? How are you feeling?
Was that few? I thought it was a dream. I had a dream last night and I'm waking up to show up for work, but no, it wasn't a dream. It was the NA qualifier that went in the way of MIBR after defeating ATK in that two-map game. Especially, now the notable is that second map where they completely went, and destroyed ATK. It was 16-3. As we remember, the first map was like double, triple overtime, which was super close. But anyway, interesting final for the North American region, and we have MIBR qualifying for the tier 1 event.
In the end, it was like average length for a best of 3 these days. It evens out, but yeah, Kassad, I have to say, you're looking great, as if you had to rewatch IEM Katowice and Blast World Finals from G2 performances. So
Are you watching Kassad? Are you watching Kassad? Yes, definitely.
Well, we talked about it on the broadcast, didn't we? It was MIBR's series to lose, let's be honest. But, they showed us why they should be at Gamers 8. But for those of you who require a little bit of context, yes, our NA qualifier finished at 6 a.m. CEST. It is now 10 a.m. CEST. Production and our talent who are on this broadcast, you are all troopers. But yes, we saw ATK defeat Pain Gaming in our first best of 1 on the broadcast. And then we had our best of 3 grand final between ATK and MIBR. And it was indeed a grueling first map on Inferno, going 25-23. MIBR then found their rhythm and made swift work of ATK on Nuke and closed out the series. It was a really impressive match. We also saw quite a few individual performances that really stood out, kind of leading us to have a little bit of a discussion, wasn't it, Yanko, about how individuals right now in like the current state of CS really make all that difference, don't they?
Yeah, Henny rolled back the years a little bit, had a great series. Breno as well, especially on Inferno, helped him out a lot. I think when it comes to Nuke, ATK was just outclassed completely, so it wasn't really any massive individual performances that tipped the scales. But yeah, I think absolutely in today's game, in today's meta, actually in any Counter-Strike version and meta, you need to have your players step up in big moments in order to win some of those big games, and that's what happened for MIBR last night.
Yeah, if you got
and what is most important, the best team in the qualifier won. So there you go.
I mean, fair enough. Straight to the point. I love it, Kassad. Now, are there any individuals that you were looking out for? I mean, obviously, we're going to tease what we've got coming up on this broadcast. Our first match is going to be Astralis. We'll touch on that in a sec. And I want to know what you guys think of a few of the individuals in that. But first of all, let's open this European bracket so that we can get a closer eye on what we're dealing with here today. We are going to have Astralis taking on Looking for Org. We'll dive into that team shortly and we can discuss who's in it. We've also got Fnatic taking on 500 at the exact same time. And we've also, we'll discuss how that path has been. But yes, for those of you who are looking for schedules, looking for times so that you can convert into your local time, 10:30 CEST. Very soon, we're going to have our best of 1 Astralis taking on Looking for Org. And then later on today, 11:30 CEST, best of 3 grand final for all the marbles. $600,000 will be donated to a charity of the winner's choice, and then so on and so forth. I think it's 300K, then 150 a piece. It's a lot of money, okay? We can talk about it a little bit later on, but yeah, we've got our first matchup. It's upon us. Astralis, Looking for Org. Let's touch on Astralis first. Individuals. Okay, Kassad, I'll come to you first. Are we kind of leaning towards, people at home, they should be looking at Device? They should be looking at some of the old school members of Astralis first?
Yeah, definitely one of the people that should be looking at is definitely Device, not just because he's the opera of the team, because he has like such a long and successful legacy behind him and all these trophies, and he is definitely if not the best, but maybe second best player in the team right now, and he's delivering some decent numbers in the previous events and the qualifiers, even though they didn't qualify for the major. Obviously, the other name there would be Blame F, and he would be the person to look for in this matchup. And as we can see on the screen, you have like the head-to-head is between Maka and Device. There's two oppers. Clearly, one is better than the other, and one is more successful than the other. But this is a best of one. This is like all bets are off once you start the game, and there is no room for mistakes. Yes.
So, Maka, he had definitely his performance. I remember you go back to the online Pro League seasons during COVID. He had a couple of great games there. I can't really remember the name of the team actually at the time. Those French teams changed so many rosters. Even this one, right? A mix of ex-Heat and Falcons players looking for org now. But I will say though, if you're just not really a fan of either team, you're just here for some Counter-Strike, sure, watch Device and keep an eye out on him. But if you're a fan of Astralis, you're probably looking at Buzz and Altex. Like, you still want to see how they perform. Probably Altex a little bit more because Buzz has been on the team for longer. Since you're actually putting your chips in the Buzz and Altex basket, in a sense, right? Like, what you get out of guys like Blame, Glaive in terms of leading Device as well, and these are the two guys that round out the roster. So if Astralis is going to be a contender of any sorts, they will need to perform on a very high level.
Yeah, we want to see how the new blood perform. That's what we want to see. Astralis also competed in the Dallas qualifier at the end of March against this roster when they were known as Heat. And as you can see, Kassad, it was a convincing win for Astralis, wasn't it?
Yeah, 16-10, 16-8. It was the two maps that Astralis likes to play. Obviously, you can see Nuke and Inferno, their signature maps in the past, not so much these days, but still they felt comfortable to play against Heat on that map and on those maps. And they, at the end of this qualifier, they managed to beat Cloud9, if I believe, and actually qualify for IEM Dallas, which is happening in a few weeks. So it's a good thing for them, and maybe they have the recipe how to defeat this French squad.
Maybe they do. We have had our internal veto, and I can tell you guys that we are going to be playing on Nuke. So, Yanko, what's the first thing that springs to mind? You've got Astralis, we've got Looking for Org, aka Heat, and a little sprinkle of Falcons. Nuke, who's this favoring? Off the top of your head, off the top of the dome, who do you feel like this one's favoring?
I mean, you can't say Nuke in an Astralis game and for that immediately not to come up to your mind and the historic streak they've had on the map when they were in their heyday. But that's the thing, we're long past the heyday of Astralis, and this is nowhere near the same squad. Still, for someone like Glaive too, that's actually the funny thing, Nuke structurally hasn't really changed all that much since those times. Even like the map more or less plays pretty similar. So when it comes to mid-round situations, situational Counter-Strike, your 3v3s, your 4v4s, right, that's where you can still utilize some of the same ideas. I think also for the Looking for Org side of things, I think they'll be fine with Nuke. It's one of their more played maps, mixed success, 2-2 on the map. So yeah, I'm hoping for a good game of CS.
I do believe this is a little bit of a, risky play from Astralis, because map like Nuke, can snowball. We saw it just a few hours ago on the T side of map by BR. They got the economy rolling. They keep changing the pace left and right, and it just snowballed into a 12-3 half. I believe it can be, even on the CT side, it can be like that if you end up changing controlling the game early on. So in a best of one, it's a little bit of a risk, but I guess it's a calculated risk for both teams, especially Astralis.
I think it's also the fact, Astralis hasn't played it a lot with this lineup, only once really, so probably this is a good opportunity for them to get an extra rep on the map and see where they're at.
Okay. Well, it's all about that time that we put our pride, knowledge, and luck on the line. I'm going to ask you for an actual prediction. We've talked about it quite a bit up to this point. You know, we have the Astralis legacy in there, but, you know, it's not the same Astralis as it was. We've got looking for Org. You know, they've got a little bit of a mixed match of players in here. Who knows? They might gel really well together. I'm going to come to you, Yanko, first. I want an official prediction. I'd like a scoreline from you. Go for it.
I'm not giving you a scoreline, but I think I'm going to predict Astralis just because, similar to MIBR ATK, like, I want Astralis, if they get to the final and win the final, then you have an actual lineup at the final tournament. Looking for Org, it depends what's going to happen for them. If they don't find an Org, will they dissolve? Will someone go to some other team? Especially when CS2 comes around. So, yeah, Astralis in this one.
Well, if they win the qualifier, they might find an Orc. The thing is, like, I do believe that Astralis in this like super work mode right now because they have to compete at IEM Dallas, so they might be in a better shape than the French squad. So I'm leaning towards them, not heavily though. I don't think it's gonna be a stomp. At least it doesn't look like that. But Astralis should win this one.
Okay, and whilst obviously we've spoken about this already, but whilst this match is going on, we're going to have Fnatic versus 500 going on at the exact same time. I want to know what your thoughts are on that as well. Fnatic have had, you know, they had quite a tough opening match going into this competition. In their first round, they faced off against Sprout, and it was really close. But since then, they look like they've been on cruise control a little bit. What do you think about Fnatic 500, Kassad?
It's just a matter of Fnatic being the post-major, you know, defeat against Into the Breach, where they got demolished in the second and the third map, and that's for the spot in the playoffs. So, you know, I don't think they feel the greatest right now. Obviously, there was no practice or anything going on, so the advantage might be in a best of one on the Bulgarian side. So even though they changed the one player themselves, you know, getting to here is not. It's not that bad for them, and in a best of one, they can definitely do some damage. So I would give a slight advantage to 500.
Ooh, a slight advantage for 500. Okay, well, we've got a little bit of time. We're still getting a few of our players in the lobby. So from a coaching perspective, I'd like to ask, like, you know, do you approach the best of ones the same way that you would approach the best of threes? You know, forget the veto, but in terms of like actually playing out the map, you know, structurally, strategically, do you just approach best of ones and best of threes? You know, it's map by map, or, you know, is there some sort of thought pattern behind it? Yanko.
Yeah, I think ideally you would want it to approach the same, right? But in practice, it's not really the same, because in a best of three, you know, if you're on map one and it's not going great, well, there's still two more, but you haven't lost the actual match. But in a best of one, that's all you get. So, you know, depending on the situation, you might be prone to take some more risks if you're down early. I think that depends on the philosophy of each team and their approach, and, you know, which side are they playing in the second half, right? Like, things can get really out of hand if you just are down 5-0, and which is basically just pistol and the first gun round. That's already a third of the game is lost at that point. So I think you're just trying to get your players into that extra little bit of focus, get them to be in the zone, to understand that every single kill matters, right? If we're playing against a full eco, let's not lose a single gun, because the economy is really important. If we do end up losing to, you know, a half by a hero AK, you know, these are good players. You're going to lose a round without doing pretty much anything wrong, right? That can happen. So in rounds where that isn't happening, let's play as clean as possible, so when we do lose some of those rounds, we still have enough money to buy. Our economy still isn't completely shattered. So yeah, just try to instill that in them, sort of nail that point home, not to get complacent at any point in the game.
Yeah, I feel like it shouldn't be no difference whatsoever in the best of one than in the best of three. It's just the only difference right there is like you have an extra life if you lose a map, which shouldn't really change anyway you approach the game, or you play the game, or the protocols before the game or during the game itself. So for me, it's all about.
But it's funny how in practice it works completely different.
Yeah, it does.
That's why all players. Yeah. That's why players hate best one. Like, sure, they hate them because you can lose both pistols, and, you know, you lose a silly clutch or something and the game is over. But they hate it more because there's no second chances. Like, that one game is your one chance. Look at the tournaments we're having now. We're starting to have triple elimination formats. It's like, players just want as many possible opportunities to screw up and still be in the tournament, still be in the running, right? Like that's why that's why the best of ones are scary. That's why there's a lot of pressure in those games. And Counter-Strike, we always talk about the mental side of things and how much confidence is important in dealing with pressure, and that's why you see upsets happen even more so in best of ones, not only because of map pools, map veto, and all of that stuff, but it's also the added pressure.
Okay. We also had like a running up to this point looking for Org. They beat a top 20 team. They beat 9 in the quarterfinal. That's got to count for something, Kassad.
Oh yeah, I mean, beating 9, even though it was an Anubis, it's still a big thing. That's a team that was like up and coming. They disappointed on the major in the Legends stage, even though we expected them to actually get some sort of a damage, not necessarily get into the playoffs, but get a win at least. They ended up 0-3 and probably kind of dropped their motivation heavily, because I was on that position multiple times in the majors when we kind of disappointed on or different events, and that the mood in the team is kind of deflated after that for some time before you get back on your feet, and I think that played a role there. So, but I don't want to take anything away from the Frenchman. Is like they did get a legit win there, even it's a best of 1 in a team like that's in that state. So I gotta respect that at least.
That's a fair point. Kassad, in the NA bracket where we were, or the NA qualifier, sorry, just hours ago, we were talking about how this studio looks a little bit familiar, like a movie, right? Like the movie Passenger. I don't know if it's a movie that you've seen recently. I'm gonna keep bringing it up
5 times.
Oh, okay, nice. I like it. Did you know? I've got some trivia for you. I looked up some trivia for you, about this movie. Did you know?
Oh my God.
That the movie Passenger was supposed to star Keanu Reeves as the lead.
No.
Could you have imagined what that film would have been like? Like, so different. Am I more of a Chris Pratt? Am I more of a Keanu Reeves? Come on. I can handle it.
More of that bartender that, does that. But,
damn, you've taken me out of being the lead role in my own movie to being the bartender.
I mean, bartender was a pretty cool cyborg in the movie. Cool, even though he kind of,
a real person.
I mean, even though he kind of, revealed the whole, thing that happened on the ship. So I'm not going to spoil it for people, but...
Do you wish you were a cyborg sometimes, Kassad?
I do. I am a cyborg. You see how I'm...
So that you wouldn't grow even more old?
Yes, I'm just going to live forever.
Cool. The Terminator, we have him in the studio with us. I absolutely love it. Our Gamers Without Borders Best of 1 European semi-final is almost here. One team goes through to our grand final later today, best of 3, and then one is sent packing. So please welcome to the amazing virtual studio. It's Bardolph and Hawker to take you into our first map.
Thank you very much indeed. Over to the European stage then, after we had North America earlier this morning. That was quite interesting, especially the slog they spoke about on Inferno. Don't expect a similar case here. I think it's going to be quite the tall order for LFO to deal with Astralis on paper, looking at the teams they've both been beating recently. Although I think for LFO, they've taken down the likes of Forza, Monty recently as well. Losing to Apex in a 2-1. Who knows what their ceiling is at the moment as well. So perhaps it's not going to be as cut and dry as I mentioned. What's your opinion, Hawker?
Yeah, I think it could be a surprisingly close one, especially just because sometimes in these games, I mean, these teams were playing last night, right? So you haven't had much turnaround time. You probably haven't had much prep time. And looking for Org, I mean, some of their wins, like you said, beating Monty on Nuke, that's really no joke. Monty played really close against Vitality on Nuke at the major. I think they destroyed Na'Vi on that map. So yeah, it's clear that they have at least some level on Nuke, and I think in general in Europe there's just so many solid teams that pretty much any map once you get to this stage of the qualifier is going to be competitive, because the teams have clearly been playing well to get to this point.
Yeah, again, a lot on the line if they can make it to the final. If not, then it's about placement for prize money to raise for charities. But again, the winner of that grand final does make their way towards the main Gamers 8 tournament in the summer, which is a fantastic opportunity, especially with two teams looking to grow. It's kind of unusual even now for me to look at Astralis and see that brand name is world rank 24 after such a period of dominance. Of course, people have come and gone in that time, but that was a hell of a ride. So, this would be a great opportunity for them to build back up and try and head into that top 10 once again. The likes of LFO, I think we always want to see French teams doing good in terms of brands. I still miss the old Very Games brand. He obviously wouldn't be able to keep up with the explosion we saw in salaries in Counter-Strike. LDLC recently announcing that they're going to wind down their esports operations. So it's good to see that there's still people out there putting in work for the French scene, and hopefully the goings-on in France at the moment will be an inspiration. The major, not Sarkozy having a tag like he's been stealing from JD Sports. That's quite amusing to me. But yeah, obviously the major coming to a conclusion soon as well. Will hopefully be inspiring to a new generation of players. We know that Kenyes is still out there with mixed results, back to streamer mode, but I know he's looking to play once again. I think CS2 will be a good kickstart for players such as Kenyes to try and find a way to reach a previous level. I think he's got it in him. I really hope he does make it. He's one of the nicest people in the scene.
Yeah, would be nice to see. Definitely would be nice to see. And yeah, I mean, for these, for looking for org players, a few of them have had their chances in the past. I think Hadji is one who has been pretty good at this level for a while, but maybe didn't get that chance on a top-tier French team. And then you've got someone like Maka, who also I think has been pretty consistent on the AWP at this sort of level. Those two I think have been playing together for a decent amount of time. So excited to see what they can do with this lineup. Always competitive, but I don't know if they ever had that breakout tournament that you would want from this sort of up-and-coming French squad. Let's see if they can get something going in this one. We are underway into Nuke, and Astralis get that CT side start that you always want to have on this map.
That should certainly help, but doesn't always, as we saw yesterday with some damage done on the T side. A lot of damage done on the T side in that first half. Let's see if LFO have got similar levels of coordination. I think Astralis will be a tougher test for them though. Well, in down event they go. So far so good as far as that is concerned. Device, always a great player to watch the demos of. Just absorbs the skills of many players. He's basically Shang Tsung as far as Counter-Strike is concerned. Glaive will be dropped, trying to stop that bomb from being planted. No one to challenge it now as Buzz holds the angle. Playing safe with his teammates. More people need to get into position. While the bomb's planted on B, there's frags outside to thin these numbers. Now it's Exercise and Maka remaining. And now Maka's in a 1 versus 4. He's got a lot of work to do here, trying to take the fight to Altex, but he will not be successful. And this looks like Astralis are off to the races then on this CT side.
Yeah, it looks like they're having fun as well, getting underway into this one. Good response down towards that B site. Looking for Org took a little while to get that bomb planted. I think they were uncomfortable because there was a CT getting somewhat close. And just that delay, just that stall really helps Astralis get plenty of players in position. Once that happens, they are able to clean up pretty convincingly there. Looks like we have got the AK bought by Hadji and dropped over to Jocko. So looks like maybe just a hero AK here for looking for Org. Looking to do some damage, while the rest of the players have very little to work with. So always intriguing to see how teams try and use that one AK in this sort of round. Would be nice if they could cycle it onto multiple players if Jocko were to lose his first fight. He's currently looking at Yard, seeing if there's any fights coming to him here.
Jocko looking for headshots. Rifle's been lost for now. Not sure if those bullets had sent it over to his other players. I don't think so. You can see Exercise will use that opportunity to try and pick it up, but that's a big headshot from him. Some space created then. Exercise, the only man remaining that has Kevlar. He'll collect another rifle for the squad now. So they will be paper thin. Buzz clearing positions. Hasn't seen that play. Oh, has he just seen him? He has now. Hadji spotted. Down he goes. That's great position for Astralis now. These rifles lurking outside. We've got 40 seconds. Exercise can hold on to a rifle. The other two... Actually, no, Lucky could hold on to his rifle as well for the next round, or they can go for damage. 22 seconds remaining. The Glock will get the information for the rifles to try and follow up. Lucky has a look, and Exercise will get popped as well. Well, they'll stop the bleeding early then. Astralis just losing the one player. Unable to do any damage with that rifle, LFO.
Yeah, don't mind that approach from looking for Org there. Going ahead and getting that one AK out to try and do some damage. Especially because BlameF often likes to play aggressive against those low buys. So you wait for him at yard, you get that fight, get a second rifle. Doesn't lead to too much though in the grand scheme of things. And now LFO do have that buy that they were looking for, even if they have had to weaken some of their weapons. And here is BlameF aggressive on yard again. There was a player up top silo. That player has now dropped down. Exercise will go looking here. BlameF's teammate is helping him, and elsewhere Device has picked him off.
Molly to try and control any response from LFO. Exchange of grenades, and Squeaky will be smoked off. LFO with 2 mollies. Fair amount of smokes here. Still some options open to them in theory. Outside will be a problem though with Glaive's position. Device is curious about what might be going on. Rifle support will be very, very nice. Falling back, and this one's getting more and more difficult for LFO. 3 players remaining, gingerly moving through the lobby. And again, Astralis are taking liberties with their positions. 2 remaining then, with Device's spot. There won't be too much of a mystery as to where LFO are going. Altec's hiding in the back of the A bomb site. Jocko giving some sound cues away there as he switches to a different rifle. 29 seconds on the clock. Makazin has made his way through Squeaky. Starting to wonder about him. Altex is able to get that while being on 16 HP. Down he goes. Has he done enough though? Over towards B then for Jocko. He's made the right play. Both plays still upstairs. Device has promptly made his way down though. And the clutch then, 1 versus 2. So I'd want an event, but Glaive will go towards the double doors. No util, really, for either squad. That'll be relevant here. No smokes, etc. On the flank is Jocko. It's got the sound cues for 1. Oh, that's so fast on Device. Doesn't have an angle for the bomb, and Glaive will clutch it. He'll trade his teammate. Expensive round for Glaive and co, but they'll keep the clean sheet.
Yeah, good effort there from Jocko. I like the idea of trying to wrap round, trying to see if he could catch players out. Had to try and do something here in the 1-on-3. Got that first kill. And Glaive on the site holds his nerve. So Astralis staying on top early. Just getting that initial pick towards yard, really helping get them onto an advantageous position. And looks like we have a quick pause here. Hopefully can get back into the game quickly. Even with that bomb plant, LFO maybe a little short on money on some of their players. Can already see the Galil coming through. Yeah, solid start here from Astralis. They still need to make sure they stay on top of their economy with that last round coming so close. And LFO still in a good enough position where they can afford the buy, but it's a lot of Galils into this round.
Didn't spot anything in the gap. Altex could be in trouble then as Exercise rounds the corner. He's got the angle right though, and BlameF gets a free one afterwards. So he tried to make a play off of that first goal. Oh, BlameF looks very, very nice indeed now. What a crippled round for LFO. Minute 24, they've got one player alive and only one frag to show for all these deaths. Fantastic setup from Astralis. Exercise, Haji, Makazin combined 2 kills between them. As we head towards the 5th round. If they can win without more bleeding Astralis, that'll certainly help the money, as they definitely need to build in that regard. And Nuke is always about chipping away on the T side, chipping away on that CT economy until you can finally break it and then start to make your way into the game. That's not going to happen on this round, as we can see. 4-0 for Astralis. Very strong frags from BlameF.
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching BlameF play at the start of this CT side. Just been so active on Yard in these early rounds. It makes it really uncomfortable for LFO. And not allowing them to establish that Yard control, which normally feels like such a given on your T side. That's something they're going to have to adapt to, the French squad. That's sometimes where some of these lower tier teams can struggle. Oh man, look at BlameF again going forward. This time loses out on that second fight, and that allows the vent drop here. LFO finding their way into this round.
An unlikely round, perhaps. Choco, if the AWP will be important. Altex using these smokes to reposition. Could really take some nice angles away here. Nice rifle as well, dropped from the hands of Exercise. Oh, it's a rough one. 2v3. They've got the sound cues for Buzz. Walking into a crossfire. That AWP coming into play then as Glaive finds himself in the 1 versus 3. Considers his options, and there aren't many. So the first round for LFO will be an unlikely one. The Tech9's moving through. And indeed, well, that's going to be big damage to the economy. There is some money for Astralis, but they cannot afford a repeat of that.
Yeah, that's tough. This time BlameF goes 1 for 1, and against the pistols, not only gives away the rifle, but also allows this drop very quickly. Just didn't have the teammates to help him try and keep the players in that choke point. It's been good to see Altex and Buzz both having good starts here, though. Both joint top with 7 kills apiece. I assume we will see Device start to climb up the scoreboard now that he's got that AWP in his hands, though. And Device going into Hut early. He wants action. Oh. That is
the way to answer. Great power from Device AWP. LFO need to find a way back into this round. See what Altex chooses to do. Has to concede the ramp position. Minute 20 for LFO to enjoy this luxury. Although it seems this has activated BlameF to get up to his usual shenanigans. He's being looked for by Exercise, who's lurking outside. Still a 5 versus 4 here for Astralis. It's LFO who needs to make a play. How long can they be this patient for? Minutes on the clock, we can see that Hell is covered between BlameF and Device. No one will be heading there just yet. Exercise still keeping an eye on things outside. Heading towards 40 seconds though, and the urgency will certainly be rising. I can see Jocko's poking into the B bomb site. I think Altex is waiting for him there. BlameF eventually peeks, doesn't see much of anything. There's a jiggle from Altex. And LFO, they try to play the patient game. Despite the presence on the ramp in the 4 versus 5, they just couldn't bait Astralis into pushing too far. It was on them to make a play, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, just couldn't find that way in. And so they retreat all the way back to spawn for the save. Looking good from Astralis here, gotta say. I'm enjoying that they've come into this game so warm, so ready to make active moves on the map. The fact that you see Device going aggressive into Hut, then BlameF getting activated towards Yard. really good signs here from Astralis, because I think sometimes these top-level teams can almost take these games a bit for granted initially, maybe not always make those proactive plays. But I think it's a great way of just disrupting your opponent, making LFO uncomfortable. And Macazin now is going to look to see if he can find something with that AWP. He's gone down early though, Buzz ready for him.
Oh, Device is very forward indeed. Buzz has been lost, but Glaive is here to hold the position. How far does Device go here? He's got rifle support as well. And lucky as we can see, oh, it's going to be a painful existence from him. And that's enough. I don't know if Lucky saw both players. I think he only saw Device. Somewhat limited information then. As we can see, Altex is going to be left in position, elevated as well. It won't be easy to deal with. Another smoke for the squeaky position, one would presume. And again, Blameth has to be patient here. There's the elevation, paying off for Altex, making it painful as well. And the ramp is still covered. You may think the upper rotated elsewhere, but here he is. 40 seconds remain. Exercise and Haji remain separated from each other. Half health Haji has to find a way to plant the bomb, and Blameth been so patient in this position. Just when he starts moving, he knows the timing for LFO. So painful for them to deal with. Haji will get domed by Glaive. 3 players surviving. Money starting to build for Astralis in this 6-1 scoreline.
Yeah, again, we see this active play from Astralis across the map. A nice little team ace from them. Everyone getting a piece of the pie. Definitely enjoying what we're seeing out from Astralis here. And that round could have got scary because Glaive was left solo anchoring that A site because of the 2-man ramp aggression. But Astralis just stick with it. They figure, you know, if we just keep Device here, eventually he is going to find a fight that we want. And it's just such a strong position when the Ts don't know you've pushed up with the AWP like that. They make the most of it. LFO still with the money into this round. But they're not really finding the way into making these rounds competitive here. I mean, opening kills have just been brutal for them. Astralis have got every single opening kill so far on this map. And that is always a really good sign on your CT side. Ooh, so close.
Flashes are here for the T side, but to no avail. We've got flames all over the place. Glaive looking around the smoke. Re-smoke, but Macazin has a forward angle. That will be surely favorable for him. Indeed, it will be. Trying to make some space for himself. Good to see Artex dealing with the vent. Device on the sights.
Oh.
Blameth has finally been punished on the outside. Macazin rotating around then. 14 HP. He's got a minute on the clock. Oh, Device might find himself between a rock and a hard place here, depending on the timing, because Haji's on the way in. He's the high health player. Oof, not quite. The spray is great. The bomb still needs to be rescued. What does Altex do here? So Heaven will be cleared. Surely an A plant is to come then. But is Macazin the one to go and get the bomb? It looks like it is as he drops onto the sides. "20 seconds to go. Hut will be cleared as well. The long walk upstairs then. No kit in the hands of Altex. Perhaps there's one upstairs. LFO could be on for a second round here. Perhaps should be on for one. Doesn't look like he's going for it, unless there is a kit on the site. Back and forth, and he'll have to give this one up.
Yeah, he's a little low on money compared to the rest of the team. I think realizes it's pretty hard to get back in. You know that LFO are probably sitting back towards lobby. It's very difficult to clear out those positions, especially when you're so far away. So some success for LFO, and initially I thought it was going to go against them. Glaive did a solid job. This was a 2v4 they had to come back from, but Glaive maybe overextending slightly, giving that fight and giving a way in for LFO. They're able to find their way through. Device's aggression this time dealt with in through hut. Just got that awkward timing where he ended up getting spammed down. Couldn't even get his AWP out. And this leaves LFO with that excellent opportunity to try and break the CT bank. And they would really love to take it. No AWP for Device now either. He's going to go with that rifle instead.
I imagine we'll see quite a different look then. I've enjoyed those AWP setups with the rifle support that we've seen so far on the CC side, really abusing the strengths of Nuke. But with no AWP, what will the approach be for Astralis? Somewhat less aggressive, perhaps. Maybe more dynamic. All silenced M4s. Are you an M4A4 man or an M4A1S man?
I mean, if you're talking about the CT weapon I actually use, it's the AUG. So I do have the silence equipped personally right now. It kind of makes sense because if I'm using the AUG, I might as well use the silenced M4. I feel like just feels slightly different.
Vertigo, but mostly.
Or is it map dependent for you?
Yeah. It's
Okay,
always
nice.
silenced on Vertigo, but mostly M4A4.
Yeah, the A4 is probably stronger now. I'm just, you know, I'm stubborn. I'm a hipster.
Well, Astralis are all straight silenced here as well.
Yeah, man. They're enjoying it.
Macazin enjoying that AWP. Very early opening for LFO. And this is a key round for them where Astralis' money is on the ropes again. They've got an early 5 versus 4. This is the round they need to convert, ideally by elimination, which will allow them to really build something in this first half of Nuke. Again, they're going to play the patient game. Very different to a 4v5, this 5v4, where there may be more urgency for Astralis. But they're being patient, they're being disciplined so far. I think they have an inkling that LFO may be waiting for them to try and fight their way back into this round, but they've got position, and that counts for a lot on Nuke.
Those silenced M4s definitely better for spamming these yard smokes. I've seen a bit of that from Astralis so far. And that third smoke took a while. FlameF was able to see that there aren't that many players behind it looking to move quickly, that's for sure. But Hadji gets another kill elsewhere, and now 23 seconds. LFO have to get a move on, but they have the 5v3 to work with. Glaive gets aggressive. Nice kill on towards Hadji. He's going to look for more, but Maka able to deal with him. That time could still be a factor here. FlameF seeing if he can come in from the back. I don't know if they're going to be able to deny this, though. Smoke down, and Device can't find the angle, so bomb down. And that molly's going to slow things further. I have to be the save now.
They found their frags eventually, LFO. Very, very slow, patient game, but Astralis, they're just not biting. I think they found an entry around that second frag in the round after their very early one. and they have to walk away. So that's some great success for LFO, not just a round, but 3 kills. Will certainly be impactful. And this is where they need to build now. 3rd round on the boards. They've got to focus up now. They could still end this half in the lead. But they've got to find that consistency right here and now. You can see the urgency rising there for Glaive, understanding the situation. Very awkward fight for both. Mac is in dancing, jiggling left and right. Important kill with the AWP. That was a decisive duel for the next 15, 20 seconds of that round or so. So there'll be some pistols collected by Astralis. The money will be kept together, importantly, as they try to stabilize for the rounds to come.
Yeah, this definitely puts LFO in a position where they can start to get rolling now on this T side. Felt awkward for them earlier, but all you need is 1 or 2 rounds at the right time, and suddenly feels like the game can turn for you. Device putting this smoke down. Oh, still hard to move anywhere forward here. A couple of pot shots going through. I think Buzz might be here to be a boost if needed, or maybe to try and recover that AK if it's dropped. Very patient from LFO again. Finally starting to make progress on Yard, but it's taken them a while here.
"35 seconds. This is actually nervous territory. Let's see what the CTs choose to do. M4 still on the ramp. But Buzz starts to make his way over towards A. Not much he can do, really. Might be a question of saving the rifles now. Glaive may have seen the bomb there. Blamef getting activated as well. 15 seconds to plant this bomb, and Glaive has disappeared. There's the bomb carrier. That's a very important kill. Device on the flank now. Blamef coming in from the top. He's got a grenade. He might not even need to peek, depending on where this grenade is going. Not enough damage just yet. 2v3, they've got great angles. Oh, Device had half a chance there. Macazin had no idea, but manages to escape. Device continues to creep. Hoping Macazin makes his way to the other side. Oh, he rings the bell, but just not enough damage. 2 players on 11 HP. This was a very scary one from LFO, but they have narrowly survived.
Yeah, it looks like they are just about okay in this one. Again, running that clock down. I wonder if that's something Astralis will try and make the most of in the future. Well, Jocko might die to the bomb. Oh, Blamef with the big spray around the corner. And that is big damage to the T economy.
That helps take the pressure off. Yeah, that does mean something to a CT side who are trying to reposition themselves into a better spot. That certainly helps if they can capitalize on that now. They'll be back on their full buy, back on their BS, if you will. 1 kit onto Glaive, but the AWP is on Device once more. And their usual game was very difficult to deal with. Glaive dancing around bullets and wallbangs. And there's Device off to the races immediately with the AWP. You can see how important this position is for Astralis. The way they'll have a player in heaven, drop the smoke to Glaive on the site to make sure that squeaky spot is dealt with. Device, big impact straight away. Back on the AWP. 5-on-3 now as LFO will continue to play their slow game. They can exercise. He's got himself a good angle if he'll be offered something. But I'm not sure he will be anytime soon. Oh, Macazin's turning things around. That forces the hand of Device into exercise, and that patience will pay off. Look how they've turned things around very quickly, LFO. 3v5 to a 3v2. Oh, beautiful from Blamef. Delayed the bomb plant, and that allows Altex to get into position now. Exercise is nowhere near, nowhere close, but Lucky wins are such an important duel. Back and forth affair, but they've kept Astralis broke.
Oof. Such a tight shot there from Device. Not easy to hit those, but as you said, Maka just so quickly bringing the round back. And LFO just somehow finding ways here. Even when they go down early, they're coming back into these rounds. And suddenly we have got a much more competitive map on our hands. It's what we were expecting. It's what we were predicting at the start of it. Astralis got off to a great start, but LFO have slowly grinded their way back into this one. Exorcist needs to be a little careful. He will be dealt with. That's an AK given over to BlameF, and Lucky not ready for that angle. Buzz playing an unexpected angle there. Maka is able to come in for the cutthroat trade, and that should give them this A-bomb site now.
No opportunity for BlameF there to do something up the ladder. And LFO making the comeback they were looking for. Hanging on just enough to head towards a tied score here. Great opportunity awaits them now in this best of one. You wonder if Astralis are getting nervous. Unable to stabilize once being broken. Again, that last round looked promising with the AWP shots from Device, but to no avail. That slow start from LFO. Reaping rewards in the late rounds. Attempt number 2 for BlameF. Can he find 3 again?
Oof. Only the one this time. But I mean, you can see BlameF still feeling it. Just didn't get that AK activated early enough in the round, sadly. This A site lost a little too soon. Gap in that smoke, Device was hoping to take advantage of. But when the gap is so small like that, as long as the T is staring at it, they're going to have a very favorable fight. Really nice recovery here from looking for Org. Showing us they've got some fight in them here on Nuke.
Who takes the lead at halftime then? Astralis have still been able to muster another buy. But LFO's mid to late round is proving dangerous. Really hard to look for information if you're a CT right now. Great comeback from LFO. I wonder who made their logo.
That's always a question.
Clave in position. Very nice start from him. Another 5v4 for Astralis then. Seen a few of those in this half with these early kills. Not always successful though. Altex might be at the point of no return here. Once an engagement comes through, he's got no support and he's got no frag either. Limited information also. There were 3 players towards the ramp. You only saw one of them. Device will be flashed away. Where there's been one, there's often been another on this occasion. LFO will be able to best them and do more exercise on the flank now. Glaive on an island. Choco in control of control. And this one is escalating very quickly indeed. The AK and the AWP remain as Haji waits for rotations. It's going to be hard for Device to check for that. Outmaneuvered once again. Despite that 5 versus 4, LFO turned things around once more.
MF hanging around. But I don't know how likely it is that Astralis will go for this. He's looking to get out, it seems. Just quite a high variance way of playing ramp there from Altex. Playing that position. He was, I assume, just hoping that he would go uncleared because he's so far out in the open, playing behind that box, but all the way back on the wall. But unfortunately for him, they clear it. pretty quickly. They just move in so fast. And as soon as your ramp player goes down, it leaves you with difficulties. See LFO so quickly down to the B site. Astralis struggle to respond in time. Really have not seen the game out of Device that we would expect. He's been in such good form recently for Astralis, but it's been a pretty mediocre game by his standards. BlameF delivering as always on the fragging count. And they're going to fight Yard here pretty aggressively. BlameF up top, already a player behind the red container. Oh, and BlameF not able to win that initial fight. Now Device has to be a little more careful here. Ouch.
Oh, saw an elbow. Better be careful. LFO warmed up and are looking pretty hot now, but Altex will turn things around on the ramp, and Device is still creeping. He's got some sound cues at the very least, but he won't see Lucky. It's going to be a tough one for him then. 19 HP. I have a rough idea of where he is and where he's likely to come from. It seems he'll just hold on to the AK-47 for the last round of the half. Looking for Org, have turned things around in a brilliant way after a, 6-1 scoreline, I think it was. They've won 7 rounds in a row, if I'm not mistaken, on the T side of Nuke through multiple Astralis buys. Very nice work.
Yeah, they've really done a good job here at recovering this T side. Wasn't sure they'd able to get a good T side on deck, but it's come through for them. Saw that double stack in ramp. I mean, first Device landing a good shot there, just forcing them away. But yeah, they're never expecting a double stack in ramp here, LFO, because they've seen Astralis push with 3 players towards Yard. You assume there's going to be someone on A and not just a double stack in ramp. So it was a cool trick for Astralis to try and get into the round. Didn't pay off that time, though. They couldn't win the round from it. And into the last round of the half, Device wants to get involved again. The Yard play coming around, and BlameF has gone down. Device switches to the Deeg. He's getting into the smoke. Oh, the bomb is still back here on Yard right now for LFO. That could be a real issue. Oh, that's the bomb.
An impossible mission right now.
Ooh.
Indeed, that was the bomb. But the VIP was protected with great effect. LFO speeding up the pace towards the end of this half. And again, they are in the driving seat. They have been for a while now. Sclave just has to hope something comes his way. Altex will cover the back. LFL be patient once again. The bomb's still creeping alone for now towards Secret. Or is it edging towards main instead? Smoke's up in heaven, and maybe that's a clue. Altex holding position for now. Everyone's somewhat separated, apart from that bomb. That's a hell of a peek from Jocko. 9 rounds there from LFO. 9 rounds in a row, if I am not mistaken. That is a hell of a turnaround versus Astralis. In its best of one of Nuke again, playing for a spot in the grand final. You wonder how far they can go.
At Gamers Without Borders 2023, I chose UNICEF. Being there for children is not only a noble cause, but also a smart investment in humanity. We chose UNICEF to ensure that everything we do through Gamers Without Borders will have an impact on the very, very long term. A child will grow up and our impact will grow with them. Too many children are left behind in forgotten crisis. Children don't only need our help when cameras are pointed towards them. UNICEF is there at every step of the way. And we're proud to join UNICEF on this mission.
Well, this one is getting very interesting indeed, isn't it? It was looking tough at the 6-1 scenario, but now it is 6-9 in favor of LFO. And we have a dramatically different scenario on our hands.
Absolutely. It changes real quick. It can turn up on you. It can change up. And that's exactly what happened here. And Astralis have got to step it up now heading into their T side. Elsewhere, our other semi-final going on is much more one-sided. Fnatic 13-4 up right now, so this might be the game to watch here. And already device picked out of the pistol. Astralis losing a player early. Maka up close. Those dualies can do damage. And there's still one more player here. Maka was just a bait. It was Jocko sitting back. But they now know he's in this position. They might try and close in on him. A lot to do for BlameF and Glaive, though.
Lost a ton of util towards that ramp area as well. So it's going to be about the headshots, though. So patient exercise. No panic there, even when he's facing the wrong side. BlameF in the clutch now. This is looking very dicey indeed for Astralis. The brand name versus literally no name in looking for org. That's a big pistol round to win. Starting off the CT side in the right way.
Yeah, I mean, Kassad, I think it was pointing it out on the desk that if you win this qualifier, that's one way to get orgs looking at you, that's for sure. Getting yourself into a huge tournament. And for Astralis, they were 6-1 up at one point. They've lost 9 in a row here. It's been a complete collapse from them. Oh, great deal to work with in this round. Just the one dig onto BlameF. He's over at Yard looking for a headshot. But man, such an impressive showing here from looking for org. I like grouping up with Blame F here. Try and cycle out that Deeg onto multiple players. If he doesn't hit the headshot, hopefully someone else can pick it up.
Device, the sacrificial lamb. Just has to walk in and get the information, but Lucky will reset. Oh, the AUG is not what you want to hear when you're running around with Glocks. Douche, douche, douche. Round 11 for LFO. They're only 5 rounds away from the grand final.
Came through real quick. That's a slightly risky angle from Lucky. Oh, the repossession though. Gang up on these players at range. Oh man, the buy from Astralis. Not even perfect here. Back 10, Galil's in there, but really important round for them into this one.
Fast one from Astralis. Blamef charging in. I think he had a tag onto Hadji in the smoke. A surge into the A bomb site will prove successful. I'm not sure if LFO will have any more of this. They want to throw the good money after the bad here with the lead they have at present. Want as many buy rounds as you can muster, so they'll disengage from this one.
So cheeky from Blame F. Oh, Device. Only loses the Mac 10, so figures he might as well go for some damage. And if they could have got that kill, would have made a decent bit of difference, considering that CT economy is shaky. But yeah, so cheeky from Blame F. He figures, listen, we've got the 1 kill onto the site, but there had to have been a second player playing on A. Let me just fire back into this smoke, see if I can pinpoint the position of this second player. And once that one shot lands, that's all the sound cue they needed.
Oh, Lucky. Careful. That should just about save him. Forces more util than LFO would have liked to use, but as long as you've got your men up. Aggressive positions taken then. Another slow approach for the time being. But look at the positions on the X-ray of Astralis and the util, the Molotovs that they have. They've got some intentions towards the safe bomb site once again. Hadji and Exercise will focus on that squeaky position, but the numbers are coming in. Oh, Blamef with the bomb. That's been lost. That's a big issue. Exercise trying to pre-fire. Hadji and Joko will do the big damage, running low on bullets, but the trade fragger might be here in time. Indeed, they will be. And LFO push closer to that grand final, 12-7. No bomb plant for Astralis. They do have money, though.
Big round from LFO. Astralis, again, they're in that position where being 12-7 down, seeing your opponents on 12 rounds already, you can't afford to lose this one, especially when your money's bad yourself. Big swing round here and good damage onto Buzz. Those nades on Yard, doing the heavy lifting early. Oh, unlucky, just playing in towards main. Able to catch Buzz, who was trying to make a play through those smokes. Astralis will get down secret, but they've lost a player in the process.
Oh, that's brilliant from Hadji. Not easy to achieve. Blamef and Device then. 2 versus 4. Feels like they're fighting for survival at this point. For the team, not just the round. What is the play for Blameth? What is his understanding of this situation? Device is the only person who's downstairs at present. Everybody else is creeping around the A-bomb site and the ramp. But how does Blameth identify this? How does he understand this? Device is going for that plant as well. He hasn't seen more defenders here. And Exercise is going to shift walk, surely. Or perhaps not. Device in the clutch now. 52 HP, 1v3. Two of these three players have got kits as well. You can see they're really taking their time. Very calculated, measured approach we see here. A footstep made up top. But how long will he be waiting for this player? Exercise finally makes his way down. Device rounds the corner. They're not on the bomb. They've touched it, but they're not on it just yet. He might find an angle for this, or perhaps not. They'll be defended. 13 for LFO. Is there any stopping them in this game of Nuke?
Yeah, good composure from LFO. A lot of teams would be scared to run the bomb down that low. But that spray from Haji, such an over-performance. That's why you love having that AK on the CT side. And I think they were just trying to figure out where Device was at the end here, because the bomb was planted on the far side of that silo. So as soon as they realize he has gone to double doors, they say, oh, okay, we're good to go. Stick that bomb. Have another player defending. Fast play attempted from Astralis. This is their only way into this round. Hachi goes off the angle, but he drops the bomb. That is brutal for Astralis. They've lost so many players. They may have one man on the site, and it is that AK of Glaive. So still opportunities here for Astralis. Still going to be tricky to get that bomb down, though.
They really need to stop this bleeding, Astralis. They have lost 12 of the last 13 rounds. That is crazy.
Jeez.
From a 6-1 scoreline to a 7-13 scoreline on Nuke. Does he hear too? Lucky will trade either way. 14-7. This is night and day. It's really bizarre stuff from the Astralis POV, but fantastic for LFO.
It just went wrong so quickly for Astralis. It's crazy. It's not like they got off to just a really bad start, and that's why the scoreline's like this. That's like normally what I'd expect if I saw this sort of scoreline. But even with the good start, nothing going their way right now. And I don't even think LFO will be feeling the pressure too much. They have such a big lead. Been winning so many of the recent rounds. See if Astralis can find a way to try and put some pressure on their opponents. Slow default in this one. You two are the ready. Finally, Astralis look like they're ready to make their move. They do have a player sneaking through yard at the same time here. Oh, losing out early though.
So much information. Needs a rescue as well. Haji gets into a more aggressive position. Heading down the vent, but they haven't taken the bomb with them just yet. Maybe trying to bait the CTs into different positions. Only 2 players remaining though, soon to be one. No mercy shown by LFO, and Astralis cannot get anything started. From the middle of the first half through to this one, nothing to show for almost any of these rounds whatsoever. 493 HP for LFO. And there's just Glaive on the other side.
That point. Elimination point for Astralis. And they worked hard in the qualifier to get to this position. Beat Movistar Riders, beat Bait. Played a couple of BO1s yesterday. Their chances are slim right now, incredibly slim. I mean, as you pointed out, the 6-1 scoreline, the 6-1 start from Astralis has turned into this. Ridiculous. All the credit in the world to LFO for what they've managed to do here. Maka just goes off that angle. Glaive is on top of main. Can Astralis find any way into this round? Oh man, the double stack in ramp. The AWP is about to take contact.
That's painful. And it gets even more painful, surely, when the AUG starts rattling off bullets. The AUG versus BlameF's Mac 10 with Glaive maybe being the saving grace here. You can see Jocko is aware of the problem. Didn't expect that to happen. And maybe there's a chance for Astralis. Back to the wall. On the T side of Nuke, no less. Bomb heading away to safety. Man, these rounds are so quiet, so slow, so measured. Such a struggle though for Astralis. Finally something, but maybe it's too little too late here.
Yeah, Maka did his job. I think he was hoping that Jocko would just keep him safe. That Jocko not getting the kill as quickly as they would have wanted. And so Astralis find an 8th round. It still got a little scary at the end there. If BlameF lost that fight towards the end, he'd have lost the bomb. But LFO down on a bad bite, and the aggression well handled by BlameF. This one should be over pretty damn quick. BlameF with the Glock, that's gonna get him the ace. 25 kills for BlameF. Handling that one well.
Real test resumes then. LFO have got the rifles out once more. A number of match points as well for them. Again, grand finals best of 3, but this here, best of 1 scenario. Device gets cracking early. Astralis on the cusp of double figures here. Not shy to dance around the smokes, BlameF. Device has found himself in a very strong position. Got good angles as well. Maybe a sound cue for Astralis. Jocko pops up a labored spray and he will be dropped. Only 2 players remaining then. Device rattling off frag after frag. Now, if they can keep LFO poor, if they can keep them poor, half these rounds only will be buy rounds. They'd love to take this AWP away, though. So at 15-10, LFO may buy 11-13. Forced buy at 14. So deficit might not be as big as it looks on paper, but that AWP can always be a difference maker. Then again, so can a 5-7.
Another nice shot from Lucky. Racking a few up here on the exits. We'll still try and hunt him. Flash in, and that will do it. AWP dropped. So the damage not really relevant. It's all about getting that AWP out of there, and Astralis knew exactly that. Finally, Astralis come to life. They've got to hope it hasn't come too late here in this one, as they can continue to break that CT economy. And they will reap the rewards of that in this round. It's a full eco right now for LFO, and I doubt we'll see too much investment.
This comeback is doable. It's fallen asleep mid-game, but it is very doable for Astralis. It would be a bizarre scenario, though, even if it goes to overtime, win or lose. With the run we have seen from LFO, it is doable, but it's just as important for LFO to close as well, especially with the opportunities afforded to them if they can find success in the final and head towards Gamers 8. One smoke in the hands of LFO. Aside from that, they will be waiting for opportunities.
Ooh.
Lovely
Okay.
stuff from BlameF. Very careful rounds again from both these T squads. Heading towards that 40-second mark then. And there's bags of utility. Well, a lot of flashes, especially for Astralis. But what is their ultimate intention? Ramp is being taken. That is no challenges over there. Speeding along as Buzz will keep the CTs honest up top. And there may be no challenge here, as most of the action is upstairs. A good spread from Astralis downstairs. An AK collected by Jocko. That could be a difference maker next round. This was an eco. Again, taken carefully to try and limit variance. And that will prove successful.
Yeah, Astralis not having any issues in this round. AMF up to 27 kills. He did get that anti-eco ace earlier. Had those numbers slightly. Still has had some good impact. Got to see if LFO can keep up with the pressure here. Elsewhere, Fnatic against 500 in the other semi-final. Also with a 15-10 scoreline. Fnatic had a big lead in that one. So the Bulgarians are 500, starting to try and bring it back. Here in this one, we finally have that gun round. Rifles across the board for LFO, including that AK in the hands of Jocko. Fast play coming in from BlameF. He's been looking to cause issues around that squeaky area. And he is going to get down the vent, so nice opening move for Astralis. Oh, and Mac is not ready. The bomb will just go yard now. They'll try and see if they can join BlameF on B. And Jocko also caught out.
His rifle blocking the vision of BlameF as he started to peek there. The door is open then for Astralis.
It could be a save call.
Let's see what they choose to do. Yeah, Magazine's got 3,000 in the bank, so this makes absolute sense for LFO. Look at the hunt, though, from Astralis. They know what makes sense as well. That was a close one.
Yeah.
Really going after these rifles. As long as they've got a buy in the hole, doesn't really matter, Astralis, and they certainly do. Glaive of 10k, Device almost 11. Edging closer to overtime.
Closer and closer. This time, though, Maka gets the AWP out. Yeah, got to show that they have a way to deal with Blame F. I mean, the fact that they got so caught off guard by that vent drop, they had a player down below who just wasn't ready for Blame F to get into position. Looks like we won't see that opening move made in this round. Oh, nearly the kill from Jocko. Spam through the smoke does big damage. Blame F will be thankful that he survives, but his teammate won't be so lucky. Maka lands the AWP shot on Yard. Device out of there. Maybe not expecting Maka to have that AWP in this round. It's a clean 5v4.
Buzz spots one, but was he detected? Better angle for him from that distance. Food for thought there. The gap will be profitable for Lucky. 5-on-3. This could be the end of the line. Surely it is. Only 2 players remaining there. Glaive trying to fight, getting something done. 29 seconds. How much time do they really have here? LFO are well positioned. As Glaive makes some steps in the... will really be on Altex to force his way into a bomb site as Glaive shows presence somewhere else. Heading towards 15 seconds now. He's been spotted. Oh, this is so awkward. 12, surrounded by CTs. The trade is guaranteed. And so is a place in the finals for LFO, defeating Astralis with a massive run of rounds in the middle of that series.
Yeah, just a huge dry streak in there for Astralis. And LFO, well, they had such a big lead. It felt like they were always going to have a great chance to close it out eventually. It took them a few attempts. It took them a few opportunities, but they're able to take it over the line. And what an opportunity now for Looking for Org. They find themselves in the final with the ability to compete for that spot at Gamers 8. That would be incredible for these guys, not having an AWP behind you. We know how important these qualifiers are to these teams, and you could see it in the way they played here. That streak of rounds in the middle of the game was ridiculous.
Yeah, all credit to them. The discipline, the patience to continue to play their game, as they say, with that slow approach on the T side, just waiting. Astralis didn't bite for a very, very long time, but eventually they turned it around, turned the heat up as well, and that string carried through onto the other half as well. Great stuff from LFO. Congratulations to them for their place in the final. That's enough from us. It's over to Banks and the boys after the break.
UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Banks and the boys are back, and just like that, we have our first finalist in our European Counter-Strike qualifier for Gamers 8. What a turn of events that was. Astralis looked really strong coming out of the gates, but then looking for Org, they managed to take it. Commiserations to Astralis. I'm joined in the virtual studio by Kassad and Yanko. Yanko, confidence, momentum must be sky high right now for LFO after bringing that one back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the guys talked about it on the cast a lot, and that 6-1 start for Astralis. Everything is looking great. They're getting the correct reads. They're stopping the A hits. They have good yard setups. I think even in the round that they lost, when the score was 6-1, they had a 5v3 or a 4v2 advantage, and they lost a couple of those in the next 4 rounds. I think they lost 2 where they had a 2-man advantage, and I think that's actually very reminiscent of what we've seen from Astralis recently. It's just some of these rounds that you're not really supposed to lose, where you have a good advantage, just sort of throwing them away, and then all of a sudden economy turns on its head and the game becomes much more difficult for you.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about the effect of the snowball effect on Nuke and how rounds can turn against you and the economy can turn against you, and that's exactly what happened. It was 6-1 and then ended up in 9-6 for LFO. It turned out to be 11-6 at some point, and it just you can see everything started with one of the eco rounds they lost at, I think, 4-0. It kind of destroyed their economy. After that, they made a couple of mistakes, and they lost all the money and all the momentum, and all the space went for looking for org, and it just it snowballed into a very tough situation that Astralis couldn't really come back from.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke leading into this map. We spoke about how we wanted to see how Altex and Buzz come into this best of one, because we want to see how the young guns play. We want to see like what effect they have and how they're kind of gelling into the Astralis roster. But starting off, they both looked really good. They were both 7-2 after 5 rounds. But then ultimately, I think it was after like 26 rounds or so, they both only had 13 kills. They just kind of like melt under the pressure, or is it just like a combination of loads of things, Kassad?
Yeah, it's just, it doesn't really mean much if you start the game well and you end it poorly, right? It all depends on how you finish the game, but it's just the overall circumstances that came into, that played against kind of Astralis. It's not really on anyone individually. I think they as a team didn't really deliver what we needed them to deliver here, and they were the favorites. They dropped the ball here, and they're gonna miss out another tier 1 event.
Yeah, I think also, as you said, Buzz and Altex, I think you look towards the T side, which sure isn't obviously just on the individuals, but here's a little bit of a cheat code for you, right? If you want to look at stats without too much context, but a way to see which players are the most impactful and probably the best on a certain team, look at the T-side ratings, right? Because that's where you will see the star players usually separate themselves from some of the other guys on the team. And unfortunately, this game, Altex 2 kills on T-side, Buzz 5 kills. Not that anyone besides Blame was much better than that, but that's where you wish that you can see a little bit more impact from some of these youngsters.
Well, the grand final is going to be a best of 3, so given our finalists, they'll have the opportunity to rework any issues that they feel like they may have had. Janko, do you feel like it was just more of a case of at the beginning of this best of 1, they just came out of the gates a little bit too slow? Their pacing was kind of off, because going down that quickly, 5-0, obviously they brought it back in an exceptional way by winning so many rounds in a row. But what issues do you think that LFO can kind of focus on going into this best of 3?
I think, to be honest, it's just, it's early in the morning for gamers everywhere. So I think it was probably just a slow start. You could see as soon as they won, they didn't look back in that first half from 6-1. It ended up being 9-6 for LFO, right? Turned that into a 6-1 start in the second half. That's a string of, 14-1 really, like 15-3 that they had in the middle of that game. And that just speaks volumes of how well they were playing, and also for Astralis not really being able to adjust properly or find a plan B or a plan C to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, and you have to turn your attention to IGL coach, whoever, right? And because they were not really, ever since 6-1, they were not really tested, to be honest. There was a couple of rounds here and there, but I didn't see any kind of crazy switch ups, any kind of rounds that can change the pace from the CT side. It was just more or less the same, and we saw how that ended up.
Well, to keep you all updated at home, we are currently in overtime between Fnatic and 500, so we will find out shortly who is going to be going into that final best of 3 for this region. But we're going to throw it to a break, and when we come back, we're going to know who both of our grand finalists are, so don't go anywhere.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science, in health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Gotta keep the flame on max.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. Our EU semi-finals in our Counter-Strike competition are over. We are left with 2 grand finalists, and they're going to be battling it out to see who can punch that ticket to Gamers 8 later this year. And of course, we have $1.25 million up for grabs in charitable donations. I'm joined in the virtual studio by Kassad and by Yanko. Gentlemen, we have Looking for Org going up against Fnatic. Fnatic's match ended up going 19-16. What's the first words that spring to mind when you see these two teams going up against each other? Kassad.
I mean, it's a clear. Fnatic is the clear favorite on this one, and I do believe that they will be able, just on the raw skill, to overcome the LFO and get their spot into the Gamers 8.
I like it. I like your thoughts about that. Why not? If any of you are actually interested in a bit of context, maybe a little bit of history about these two orgs. Heat, which is, the majority of LFO's org coming into this, faced Fnatic twice in 2022. And it was 1 win and 1 loss. And that makes absolutely no difference because it was a year ago. So it doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, and I think when you look at Fnatic, the word that comes to my mind is Sage. Mostly because, you go and you eliminate G2 in the 1-2 game. You play really well. You close out Vertigo down 13-14 T side. And then you go versus Into the Breach, some of your countrymen for Mezzi and Kita, right? And that's where you really falter as a big favorite, get demolished on that Vertigo decider, the same exact map. I think only 3 rounds on the CT side. So yeah, probably feeling like very disappointed at the moment in themselves that they weren't able to book a spot in the playoffs. So maybe a little bit of a consolation here, right? Maybe being able to let some of that anger out, let it manifest on the server. All for a good cause, of course.
Let some of the anger out on the server for a good cause. I like that. So we could talk a little bit about some individuals, players who've been pulling their weight so far. Let's say on the side of Fnatic, Nico went 35-21 in the map that went 19-16 against 500. On the CT side, on Overpass, he actually went 21-8. And, on the side of LFO, Maka's looking strong as usual. But if I'm being totally honest, I don't think there's any real standout performances, which actually could be good news because, let's just say Nico doesn't show up like he did earlier, then LFO should look pretty favorable, Kassad.
No, I don't think so. But the thing
I'm trying.
is, because a Fnatic has multiple good pieces. Mezzi, even though he's the IGL, he can always perform well. Krims is an old timer, but still a very, very good player individually. Nico does is, like you said, he's like a either hit or a miss. Sometimes he's very inconsistent, and they have Roy, who is in the same boat as Nico does. So even if he doesn't show, there is a decent chance at least that some of the other players show up and deliver what's needed for the victory.
I like it. Okay, fair enough. We've got our vetoes coming in thick and fast. Okay, Yanko, can you take us through some of these decisions? Are they the right ones? Are they favoring Fnatic, LFO? What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm not really sure. But I think I don't know who is who because the logos are wrong. So I don't know who's Fnatic here, who's LFO.
LFO's pick is Anubis and Fnatic's is Ancient.
Okay, so Fnatic vetoed Inferno. That's interesting because their 2 weakest maps are Mirage and Anubis, right? So this is probably knowing that LFO doesn't play Mirage, believing Inferno, they know that Anubis is going to be the pick. So this might be the case of them just wanting to play Anubis to get some practice on the map, which is completely legitimate for this type of an environment.
It could be a trap. It could be a trap. Could be like, maybe they think that we are bad on Anubis when we are actually not that bad. We can maybe, find some gaps in their game and exploit the things that we saw in the games before. So overall, not a bad veto for Fnatic. I like the Ancient pick. I was thinking they're gonna go for Overpass, which got removed in the second stage, but Ancient is also good. We saw them defeating G2 a couple of days ago in a very convincing fashion.
Now, if it does go the distance and we end up on Nuke, how Fnatic looking on Nuke, up to this point in the past 3 months?
I think they're looking absolutely incredible. I mean, they have to be because that's the map that G2 could have had against them in the Decider, where they had one of the great streaks earlier this year. So if they decided to not go for that and go for Vertigo in its own right. Fnatic might be the best nuke team in the world. Banks, I'm not sure.
Okay.
According to the management and not the management, but the coaching staff and the IGL of G2,
The middle management.
probably.
Quick prediction
such a
from
great
you guys. Quick prediction from you guys. Kasad, I'm going to come to you first. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking Fnatic maybe 2-1, simply because the guys from LFO are riding the confidence wave right now, but overall should be a Fnatic win.
I've been wrong, I think, for every single game besides the MIBR 80k one, so I'm going to go against my original instinct. I'm going to say LFO.
Okay, going against the instinct. I like a bit of butting heads in the studio. That's what we like at Gamers Without Borders. Right, we are in it now. One best of three for all the glory. One of these teams is going home, and one of these teams is going to Gamers 8 to battle for that $1 million prize pool. So, let's head over to Bardolph and Hawker to take us into our first map.
Thank you very much. Indeed, an interesting series ahead of us. Surely this has to be a must-win for Fnatic. There were plenty of good reasons for that on the desk. Would you agree with that, Hawker?
I'll be honest, James, I did not hear any of what you just said. I don't know if I've set something up.
Oh, I haven't turned my microphone on. How about that?
That's always good.
There we go. Buy some extra time. So as I was saying to myself, we saw plenty of great reasons from the desk on why Fnatic should be obviously a heavy favorite coming into this one. Are you in agreement with that? I mean, you know, it's hard to disagree with that. We've got evidence versus not much in terms of LFO. So are you expecting a rout here from Fnatic?
Oh, it's hard to say just because they're just coming off of the major disappointment. So it's almost hard to know exactly how much their heads are going to be in the game. But they did get a really tight win against 500, even when they got drug into those sort of later stages into the overtime. So yeah, I think Fnatic should be favored here. I think Anubis is going to be really interesting. Fnatic leaving this one in. Haven't played it too much, so I'm excited to see if they've maybe been sneakily putting in some time on this map, and we'll get to see exactly what they look like on it. And, you know, Anubis, always fun to watch as the newest map in the pool.
Absolutely. That Hotel Farah logo looks like a drone to me. Either way, it will be interesting to see Fnatic on this map. They must have been scrimming it because not much data in terms of officials, but I can't assume they've left it open by mistake. So we'll see what they have to offer. It'll be an interesting journey. Fnatic, no UK mans to go against. That seems to be kryptonite for them at the moment. Seems to be kryptonite for a lot of people, actually, UKCS, in fairness.
Yeah. Nice to see. Nice.
About time it was kryptonite, you know? It's about time he started messing people up.
I know, right? I still listen. I don't know why I think this, because I know that they probably will get spanked by Vitality, but I still think there's a chance they can make that series fun. I hope the boys can.
Yeah, I've put Vitality going to the finals, but I think that this is, you know, I feel like the majors have become harder and harder to get your pick'ems right as time has gone on, and this one is just out of control. It's just literally anyone's guess. But this one might be less so. It's down to LFO to prove us wrong in that respect as they start on the T side of Anubis. A P250 will be out for them. For Makazin, he'll be made the raid boss. One for Joko as well, so no Deagle in a pistol round from these boys, but 2 raid boss P250s instead. Much more sensible approach if you ask me. Roy with the Julies, he'll be raid bossed as well. Crimson Mezzi will be the grenade men for the squad, sacrificing the Kevlar for the flashbangs, dropping a smoke and a HE to their armored teammates as well. LFO like a slow round. And this looks to be another one, even in the pistol. Slowly edging forward, trying to find safe passage for this bomb. In the hands of Exercise now. Not showing, as you can see, Joko's going fishing with this P250.
Ooh. They really do like to take their time. I think we could have a similar clash of styles here. Fnatic are a team who also like to play like this on their T side. So that'll be fun to watch. Get to see how that plays out. as the series goes on. For now, it is going to be LFO starting to group up outside this B site. They have this flank coming in from Jocko. Oh, the turn back from Fasher at just the right time. And the bomb's going to try and come in here, but this does not look good right now. They are getting absolutely destroyed on their approach to this B bomb site.
Yeah, there's a number of issues here for LFO if they don't do more damage. Which we'll get to later. Makazin still fishing for something. Put out of his misery. Nikadoz and Fasha have perfect Kevlar. They'll get the cheap rifles if they want them. That's such a difference maker to a CT side at the beginning as well. And again, LFO just edging forward, poking, prodding, but Fnatic ready for the test.
Yeah, they're ready. Clearly prepared on this one for Anubis. Good to see. I think for LFO, they were just hoping that flank would really cause the chaos there, but fair play to Fasher. Had a fantastic pistol. And speaking of Fasher, he might be tested again here. He's got the 1M4, and he is committed to this B site right now. Needs to be a little careful here.
In they go. Fasher has got to stop that rifle from getting into the hands of the opponent. Has he done enough? Mezzi's here just at the right time. Got a good angle. That's a great scout shot, though. Some notable damage here from LFO. No plant, 2 frags. The rifle will be collected by Fnatic, and all seems to be well on the Anubis front as far as the CT side are concerned. LFO about $3,000 per person. So this will be a lighter buy, but could still be a dangerous one if they eke out some more Tech 9s.
Yeah, all good for Fnatic in that one. And we actually get the AK dropped over to Jocko. So instead of going for pistols across the board, they're happy to leave Maka short on money and just see what this hero AK can do. A lot of Eastern European teams used to play this sort of style, just getting 1 AK in these rounds and really trying to maximize what that one rifle can do. See LFO really looking to eke out any advantage they can find. Playing it pretty slow, but Nikadoz has taken the fight to Maka on the other side of the map. That means Fnatic have pushed all the way out through B, so these A players should be very well prepared here on the hold.
Oh, that's a nice bunch up for Crims to do some good damage. Fasher will steal the kills of a HE grenade. Very rough existence for LFO super early. Trying to do what he can, but that AK is surely going to be collected by someone. Promising start then for Fnatic. That's exactly what you want to see when you swing out. Awkwardness, people with grenades in their hands. Couldn't ask for a better scenario.
Yeah, the money will also be so nice for Fnatic now. Anubis, we know, has been very T-sided as of late. So getting this strong start on the CT side, getting a bit of money built up, always a very good sign. Ooh, nade stack. Big damage from that onto Roy. He's down to 12 health. Really enjoying seeing some of the utility on display on Anubis. And now Nikadoz taking a molly.
Perfect timing from Mezzi. Could not have been better. Delay as long as possible. How did they get this Mac 10 into use then? Surely wanting to swing at close quarters. What is Mezzi up to here? Not much, it seems. Risks being taken with the crap guns, not really working out for them. Fasher will show presence. Do LFO read that as 2 players or 1? Obviously, they want to target the weaker bomb site. We'll see Nikadoz on the rotation now. Crims will soon be very exposed. You can hear that Mac 10 rotating over. He has been spotted. Slowly falling back. So many players to deal with here. There's no idea what's compromised and what's not. Difficult round with only 3 players here, but Fnatic may have their players in the right direction as Fasha continues to hold. As soon as Lucky looks away, the bomb's been lost. A narrow victory maybe for Fnatic in this one. Really hard to stand there and be devoid of information, but they have delivered and they'll keep a clean sheet for now.
Yeah, these slow rounds not working out for LFO. I really liked that mid-round call from Fnatic. The mid players got forced back, so they just send those mid players over to A, grouped up with 3, and said, let's just push out through A. Let's try and get some info in the mid to late round. And then they're able to get players back towards that B site in time. Interested to see whether LFO switch up the pace at any point. And also what they buy into this round. Because Hadji still has that AK. The rest of the squad with enough money to buy, but it wouldn't be great. If you wanted to get those AKs out, you would be very short on nades. Could see a half buy here from LFO. Yeah, what a start from Fnatic. Looks very composed. Haven't really seen LFO get that close in these rounds so far. And it is indeed going to be the half buy alongside that saved AK.
I like that double nade we saw in that previous round.
Yeah, that was cool.
Anubis is so visually engaging, which I think is promising from a casual player's POV as well, because you need the casuals to be playing these maps. Oh, Nikodos helping out there, and Roy is here if needed. Okay, that wasn't what we were expecting to happen. And while the bomb has been lost in mid, a lot of ground has been lost by Fnatic as well, which compromises their positions and will spread them very thin. They're all on islands playing alone now as they try to keep abreast of what is happening. You can see LFO all bunched up together with 3 rifles now. Quite a dangerous round, and for a team who like to be slow and methodical like LFO, that's so much time to play with, but Fasha take things into his own hands there. That is quite a difference maker for the squad. Not much info as to where the remainder are, but he continues to flank. Obviously, he's got 2 options. He smokes off one side of mid and will head towards the other. But again, it's still unfavorable in these choke points for Fnatic in these 2v1 situations. But they'll have the power of the off angles. And as this clock continues to tick down towards 20 seconds, it gets more urgent for them. Crims can hide in plain sight now or just force the action. Again, it gets nervous for Fnatic, but they deal with it in confidence.
Yeah, that round got a little sketchy. But Mezzi just winning an all-important fight there. Once you get into those 3-on-3s, it's so important the CTs can just win that next fight. Otherwise, you're so spread across the map, you're likely going to lose a ton of map control. And then Crims, reliable as ever, as that A-site anchor right now. 5-0, hasn't even died yet. And thankfully for Fnatic, they built up some money in previous rounds, so not a big deal. And wow, Mezzi, so aggressive. Fnatic taking the fight to LFO right now. Trade does come through, so LFO won't be too worried about that.
So difficult to try and understand what LFO are doing mid to late rounds. They really wait to punish you for seeking that information. 4-on-4, we'll see how Fnatic deal with it in round 6. So we can see LFO are quietly, slowly, ever so slowly, looking to collapse on this B bomb site. No lurkers towards A. Look at that play from Roy. Perfect timing for him. Fnatic understand what might be happening. Grenades towards the entrance as LFO have lost position. They've got no lurkers to rotate with either. 30 seconds on the clock here, and gambles will have to be taken if they still want to make a play in this round. Scrambling through mid, and Nikados has an off angle for this. It's going to be hard to deal with and very expensive indeed. Down goes Haji. That is a hell of a peek, though, through the wall from Makazin. But how can they get a bomb plant here? That's still the question. The bomb's still in that mid position. Look at this peek from Makazin. Fires his shot. How many more does he have left in the magazine? Fasha's on the way now, but Crims has been dropped. If he can get this bomb plant, then maybe he's in the clutch here. Dying seconds, and LFO are still alive. Fasha waiting for his teammate to get into position. This gives Makazin time to move forward. 3 places these 2 players can come from, though. So he is gambling. He's got to go quick scope mode now. Very nice from Makazin. Can he clutch this? That's unbelievable. 4 kills. A really hard round for LFO to win, but they're on the scoreboard.
And even getting into the bomb site, I thought was going to be a step too far because the time was so low. It's a drop down from Roy. Nikados here first gets wall banged. I mean, this shot from Maka, crazy. And then Crim was in a strong spot, but Maka just does enough to be able to win that fight, to get himself access to the bomb site. And then from there, he just didn't look back. Made it awkward for the CTs to be able to trade him out. Big round from LFO and exactly what they needed. So they finally get their first round on the board. And remember, they had that slow start against Astralis earlier, and then they had an incredible bounce back in that game. So just because they've got off to a slow start doesn't mean they can't come back into this one. We've seen that already.
Really willing to grind these rounds out, LFO.
Ooh, double stack. Roy has been dealt with, but they're not ready for Fasha.
Great bait setup. Can Fasha disengage, though? Or is he looking for more? He's done great work there. He can fall back now, and they can set up another bait. They know one of these remaining 2 players is here, but Makazin's found Fasha. And that's something they won't be able to respond to. Was that heard by Nikados? Sloppy exit from exercise. Might be some crucial info for Fnatic. If he was in range of that sound cue. There's less urgency to peek, but there's a 2-man push coming in from the A-bomb site. Crims comes out first. Now, Exercise only sees 1 of these 3 players on the def cam, which is important as well. Makazin doesn't have as much as information as he might have liked. That is such a specific grenade. Exposes the legs if there was a CT there who tried to do something. That's the lineup for those of you at home. Again, just waiting to punish a peek here, but the clock is not in his favor here, Makazin. Oh, he's so fast, though. 20 seconds to go. Has he got enough time to clear the site properly? Mezzi not showing. Grenade out, and as soon as he hears that, that's the time to strike for Mezzi. Very dangerous AWP, though, in the hands of Makazin. It's almost Magazin, which means shop in French. Maybe it's a play on words there. Either way, he's dangerous with that sniper.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the win condition right now on the LFO side. It's their highest rated player in the last 3 months, as is often the case for the AWPers. Nice explosive play.
I think his name might be Makazin, actually. Because Magazin with an S is shop. Magazine is magazine in French, which I think is a Z. So his name is probably Makazin.
I gotta say, I'm liking the mid-round aggression, or even the early round aggression Fnatic are going for. They're just always doing something on the map. They just pushed out through B here, so they got a lot of info that B is clear. That means Crims will be ready for this A play.
He's got a great lineup, straight through the smoke as well. Nothing LFO could do about that. And Roy will cut them to pieces. The grass has been shortened. There's nowhere to hide. Rough situation for Lucky then. Look at all those CTs just around the corner. Oh, man. Everybody very, very patient. How wide does he swing here? He's just edging forward. Look at that triple peak. That was amazing. The synchronization was wonderful.
Yeah, they were happy to wait. Bait him into an angle and then be ready to swing together. No stone going unturned for Fnatic right now. Again, just getting that early info towards B means the rotate comes in towards A. Crims gets that first kill through the smoke. Was against the half buy, but it's still just so clean from Fnatic right now. And remember, this is LFO's map pick. Fnatic looking fantastic here. It's a really nice sign that they've got these plays on Anubis. That's not a good sign, though. Mezzy just gets spammed through the smoke.
That's a big pickup for LFO. And it does make a dicey situation for Fnatic as well, because again, LFO, they love to wait for these kind of plays. They don't always have the 5v4 to encourage it. Oh, he's seen an elbow here, but he has to wonder. Again, Haji's patience really paying off, being rewarded now. That's a painful lesson for Fnatic to learn about LFO's style on this T side. Only 3 players remaining. They could be broken here, Fnatic. So awkward. But Joko wins, and there's nothing else for Fnatic to do here. They've got to hold on to these weapons, surely.
Yeah, absolutely a safe call in this scenario. And I'm a little surprised that Roy got caught out by that player holding mid there. I feel like you've got to be ready for someone holding for that exact drop down, considering the fact you just saw a player fall back. Wasn't looking that way. But unfortunately, just got baited in. Wasn't ready for the angle. And once LFO get the man advantage, they're able to deal with the aggression comfortably. And they even want to hunt here. Or at least going to have a look. Oh, Crims goes back. He'll take that kill. And the T-side economy is also weak, but that's the AWP of NicoDoz dropped. There will still be money for Fnatic, but that forces a big reinvestment there.
Key round then for LFO. We've seen their catch-ups before. This would be the time for another one. Lovely grenade towards the stairs. Speaking of grenades, the airstrike is here again. Roy's seen nothing and he's 15 HP. NicoDoz seen a lot. Trying to buy some time. This is awkward for Fnatic, especially with Roy's HP. Joko peeking into the A-bomb site, which is uncontested at present. Akazine creeping around at mid-position. Roy saying hello briefly. Again, can't outstay his welcome. Very nervous situation for him. Minute 4 on the clock as exercises drop. NicoDoz has been looking for frags for a while. That's a great way to put things back into their favor. But still, a minute for LFO. They love a lurk.
Yeah, NicoDoz has just been so active in this round. This time, the fight goes his way again. What a round NicoDoz is having, just activating all over the map. And Mac has sat back so far. I mean, I don't think there's anything for him to do here. I was just watching an interview with Cypher from Into the Breach, and he was talking about playing against NicoDoz on Fnatic and saying that NicoDoz is very active and gets crazy as an AWPer. I think he said that NicoDoz has the crackhead energy is the way he described it.
Oh, I love crackhead energy.
Why not?
Saw plenty of that when I went up north earlier this week.
I'm sure.
Two dudes in a phone box, man, looking very suspicious.
Yeah, what a round Nico does. Not easy to do that with the AWP. Find so many early fights like that.
Yeah, that was a nice turnaround from Fnatic. Awkward at the beginning. But somehow they found the space, especially against a team like LFO who are constantly trying to punish you for looking for that space. They still found a way there. Undeterred, Fnatic, not going to play scared. Ooh, Joko just had good timing there. Crims will try to do what he can, but he is super on fire. And this is one I would be surprised if Fnatic could turn around. Gonna need some individual brilliance here. Mezzi will show some presence and get on that rotation. But that smoke is put out immediately. That Molotov is put out immediately. So if he was giving away some footsteps to rotate, those have been heard, and LFO are moving into position to potentially split a bomb site here if they are heading towards B. But where are they headed? They're kind of holding position with two smokes up around this mid area for now. And again, with no noise either. It's just so awkward for Fnatic, but they have concentrated their efforts into one position on A. I would imagine that if LFO head towards B, Fnatic will hold position. It is unclear as to where they might be headed, though. The bomb is quite static in the hands of Lucky as well. You can see on the radar. Everybody's static for LFO. But Fnatic have made all their decisions now, so they will be static as well.
Static Fnatic. Stacked on this A site. Yeah, I think LFO were just scared that that bomb is completely alone. Now they've got another player alongside the bomb. It can start to move towards B. And they will begin to realize that B is completely clear, especially with Maka getting that info. Spots a couple of players over towards A. Fnatic just taking that risk here. When you're down in a 3v5, it's pretty common for teams to stack a site like this and say, okay, if we get our read right, we can play for the round win. If not, well, at least we can save our guns. And Fnatic still have a bit of money in the bank. So they might just be able to subsidize a buy into the next. That is assuming they can save these 3 guns. But it looks like LFO aren't too interested in hunting right now. Really just comes down to those mid fights, though. I was surprised that Crims moved forwards. I think he might have even moved into 2 mollies there because he burned really quick. There were the 2 mollies down. They might have had a bit of overlap in the middle. He burned real quick, ended up getting spammed. And when that opening move goes so wrong for you, not much Fnatic can do in that one. Roy's still playing that same spot on mid. He's been naded there a couple of times. No one there this time. LFO all leaning over towards A. It's the AWP of Nicodos currently holding that bomb site. So it might be difficult for that AWP to fight ahead of any T-side utility when it comes in here.
Big execute. Nicodos is going to need some... Oh, never mind. He gets decapitated immediately by Joko. Oh, and Fnatic have called this one already. They've lost position. They cannot afford to take further risks in this one if they want to have a bye in the next round. Very prompt round win for LFO. Right round to make the right play. Joko the right man to find the entry. Before the camera could even change, full decapitation. 4th round for LFO in this game of Anubis. So what do you think of what you've seen so far from Fnatic on this Anubis, bearing in mind there isn't so much data out there on Anubis for them?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I'm pretty impressed. I like how much CT aggression they've been able to pull off. I think I do wonder how it would go if they are left in more standard rounds where the aggression wasn't working. I would be interested to see how those rotates would go. But so far, they've just been finding ways to get aggressive to win a lot of their rounds. And it is really hard on the CT side of Anubis right now. So I'm impressed. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Fast picks from Magazine. We have seen grenades in this position on the stairs through the A-bomb site as well. It'll be a very important 1v1 if Nikados takes it here. AK versus the M4. He has some support though in Roy. Such a nervous scenario as LFO. They're just lurking. They're just lurking around corners, man. It's so tense. Almost feels a bit like a game of Train. There is an X on the radar, but you can ignore that. Should I get reset? Everybody is standing for now. 44 seconds, and it's such a slow march from LFO towards mid, and they will still yield results as Nikados tries to reposition. Here they come then. And now the numbers game is overwhelming. Crim's only good for the one there. LFO are not quick, but they are sudden.
Yeah, man, slow in their overall approach to the round. But as soon as they make their decision, they were so speedy up through mid. You could see Fnatic weren't ready for it. And it feels like that is becoming the problem position for Fnatic. They want to fight aggressively on mid with a couple of players, but then just getting caught as they try and fall back, losing that first man. Made it really difficult for them to win those trades. I do wonder whether Fnatic can adapt at any point to this really slow style and maybe hold on to some nades for the late round. Because LFO are taking so long in pretty much all these rounds. But for now, it is LFO starting to come back into this one. Good to see from LFO. It worked very hard to get to this point in the qualifier. All their wins were fairly close. 16-11, 16-13, 16-12. Taking down two pretty solid teams in 9 and Astralis. So you wouldn't want to see them get blown out as soon as they make it to the final on their map pick. Looks like they are starting to find their way into this one now. Not the best buy for Fnatic. Maybe that's why Mezzi's taking a risk with that AK. It's crazy to me Roy keeps playing here. With the amount of times we've seen nades, I'd be scared.
He refuses to be conditioned to not play his planned game. That's not an easy thing to do. This is, like, I'm very amused by these approaches from LFO because they're just so menacing in this mid position. Ooh, bit late on the peak there. Roy will get something out of it. That's not a rifle lost either, which is important. Moving accuracy of the MP9 is still in play. Two-man setup over towards A. Exercise lurking over as Macazines removed that weapon of Joko's. Has been disposed of or hidden somewhere. Again, just that they're just waiting for you. Elbow spotted. Flashbang avoided. Nice from Nikados. And Macazine is there to trade. 2v3 for rifles then. Bomb not planted just yet as they close the distance. They'll be looking for opportunity before that bomb is planted. They've got really good positions as well. Mezzi can run distraction now as Fasha's got a chance to stop that bomb from getting planted. And the clock is going to be a problem. Time to run away. That's a daylight robbery from Fnatic.
I think that's the first time I remember the clock costing LFO. They have been running the clock down low, but oftentimes succeeding. This time, though, Fnatic able to rotate over. Just enough done by those A players to make it winnable. And that early information, because they're so far forward, they're playing ahead of the A site. It gives that early information to allow the rotate over in time. So well done by Fnatic there. And maybe LFO speed things up now. They want action early. Oh, nade lands onto Lucky. They were just looking for that early fight, but Fasha replies with a smoke. And so back to the methodical game plan for LFO here. Ooh, do they want this boost? It's a very common boost, but the molly is going to force Nikodos away.
Just trying to hold on to the util for as long as possible. 40-second mark, I feel like, is always when the urgency starts to rise in around. Exercise looking to offer something towards A. They're splitting A and B at the same time. The A one has failed, though, but it's not going to pull players away from that B bomb site. Well, Mezzi will be lost. Don't think he got to throw his incendiary, actually, so there's going to be big problems over there. So we've got fights all over the place. This is crazy. 20 seconds on the clock and it's spread across both bomb sites and finding success. LFO. Nikodos finds himself alone. 1 versus 3. Anubis, the first map of the series. Very tall order for Nikodos. 3 targets, 4 shots. But he's barely got time to defuse at this point. 6 rounds then for LFO as we reach the half-time mark. Again, that slow measured pace really punishing. Very nervous scenario, especially if you are the CT side. But Fnatic, who we haven't seen much of on Anubis, good for 9 rounds in that first half. They can't be complaining coming away with that, can they, Hawker?
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. They will be delighted with that CT haul. And as long as they got a decent T side here, they should be good to get this one over the line. But we will wait and see. We will be back with that second half after this.
Participating in this year's Gamers Without Borders tournament and using your love of gaming to make a difference in the lives of those in need. In games, you often have the chance to restart and try again. But for over 103 million refugees and displaced people, starting over can be an incredibly difficult and uncertain process. But you have the power to help by donating your winnings to UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your contribution will provide essential aid such as shelter, healthcare, education, and cash to help these individuals meet their most pressing needs and rebuild their lives. Let's come together and show the world that gamers can make a difference. Thank you for considering this opportunity to help.
Very interesting game of Anubis we have on our hands. We came into this somewhat in the dark as far as Fnatic are concerned, but we've seen lots of promise from them as well. Lots of patience, which is required when you're playing a team like LFO, who are really punishing. Really hard to make plays when they are just waiting for you to edge forward too far. But despite that, Fnatic were able to muster 9 rounds on their CT side. They move to the T side now in a small lead, a good advantage for the time being, but that can quickly change at the conclusion of a pistol round. It's their turn to set the pace now, which we know likes to be slower and methodical as well. It'd be a tall order to be slower than LFO though in some of these rounds, but it's also not easy to play that slow style and be effective. Both these teams capable of that. But let's not forget that first pistol round was pokey proddy from LFO and not so successful. Fnatic will be increasing the pace with some util as well. Hadji with a 1-tap and some more. He's got some help as well. They're bunching up for him. Has he done enough? 2v3 for Fnatic as they plant the bomb on the B bomb site. Lucky still got the Julies, a smoke as well. Mezzi will even the numbers. No more Julies for you, says Mezzi. Magazine and exercise now. Did he see the leg there? I think they realize where he is. Can they work together though? He gets a 1v1 and Mezzi will hide in the corner and get that last kill. 3 kills for Mezzi in the round as Fnatic make their way to 10.
Yeah, that's an impressive 2-on-3 there, because you see just how many angles Fnatic have to deal with. That's not easy to pull off in that position, but Mezzi figures, you know what, I'm just going to get aggressive. I'm going to try and cut off one of those positions early. He does exactly that, catching that first rotating player, and then Nico Dawes had to turn on a dime to get that kill down towards Sewer, but was able to do so. And then Mezzi, the last man, they just didn't know where he was. He was set up perfectly for that final fight. And that was such an important pistol for LFO, but now that it goes against them, they need this force buy, really. You can't afford to fall this far behind this early on Anubis, which is seen as a T-sided map right now. Jocko going to go aggressive with Hadji behind him. Fasha holding. But, oh, 2 kills early. Crims comes in. The MAC-10 could clean up. All the kills coming in for Crims. And that B site is wide open.
Perfectly positioned. That MAC-10. Nice money as well. Round's not over just yet, though. There are 2 more players of 5.7s who are trying to find something. Full health Fnatic have got enough range to survive a headshot. But that range may slowly get closed by the likes of LFO. Oh, that smoke grenade is going to smoke off the entire squad. Now things become dramatically awkward for Fnatic. A scout in the hands. This should have saved for the 5-7, I think. Their exercise has a chance now. This is so weird for Fnatic behind the smoke. But exercise can't really hope to stop this bomb from going off. The scout will be taken as he slowly slinks away.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the CTs. They don't have a kit on those players. So they can't really just stick the bomb, and you know, maybe they wouldn't have known that everyone was stuck behind that smoke anyway, but they might have been able to figure it out eventually. Either way, Fnatic doing a good job there. Crims making sure to clean up. A little surprised LFO got caught by Crims being quicker than they expected over towards A-Long. But now this is Fnatic's opportunity to get a whopping 12-6 lead. Still some guns in play for LFO. I kind of forgot what it's like to have some quicker rounds in play, James, but we've got another fast B here.
Yeah, some tempo in the game. Always nice. Had a lot of slow rounds today and yesterday. Very mentally taxing, though, you know? If you're in the server. Remember people on train used to say playing a team like Na'Vi, for example, when their Na'Vi were on the T side, it was just like terrifying when it's 20 seconds left. You have no idea where a play is coming. Not a comfortable position to be in. But once the buy round comes through in the next round, I do wonder what pace we'll see from Fnatic. I would imagine they'll mix it up a bit more. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, this is now going to be a key round for LFO. I'm not going to say must win, but if they do lose it, their chances go down dramatically. And we haven't really seen Fnatic go that deep into the playbook here for these early rounds. It's just been that B site over and over. It will be keeping some of those weak weapons into this first gun round on the Fnatic side, while LFO have all the primary weapons, all the premium rifles at their disposal. Got to see a step up from LFO now. Smoke down early. Does Mezzy get inquisitive? Crim's behind him. Oh, wow, they want to go through this. Jocko on the side, not ready for that pace.
Really big problems then. Magazine has a chance to do more than even the numbers here if he can isolate these fights. Traffic jam though, and that's going to cause so many problems. They're both exposed there, rubbing shoulder to shoulder in the wrong position, leaving Exercise in a 1 versus 3. Very unfortunate for LFO.
Just bullying this B site, Fnatic. I mean, that one looked like it could have been a decent hold initially. But yeah, I love the pace. You can see LFO. I mean, they're just not ready for some of these quick moves. They're not ready for Fnatic to push a smoke like that. It just gets you so much ground towards B that it makes it difficult for the CTs to know how they're going to set up on their hold.
Very dicey situation there. A small margin. And Fnatic are pulling to 13. Looking good on his first round here. He didn't see Crims though. He would have heard the shot though. Could have danced around the pillar, but Fnatic were measured. That traffic jam, very brutal for LFO. Not much choice they have here. Lots of the players on 3,500. Let's see what they choose to do. There'll be a second rifle bought, but how much will they buy down to? We see some MP9s perhaps.
Yeah, they got that big losing bonus, right? So Exercise should have enough money in the bank still, despite dropping that M4. So that gives them a little summit to work with. I just haven't seen enough of a team effort here from LFO. Really, the rounds that they have won. I mean, there was that Maka clutch. He's been the main man on the AWP, but hasn't had the chance to get that sniper out on CT side. And for Fnatic, I mean, this team always have a pretty even fragging distribution when they're at their best. Certainly the case here in this one. Fnatic's turn to slow things down. Big control looked solid for them with the initial mollies. Roy able to get up into position. LFO just going for some aggression out through B. They've actually won a fight there. So I think Fnatic might feel their hand is forced into going towards A now.
Streaming into the bomb site. This is the only smoke they have to hold position. Roy's been lost trying to lurk around at mid position as well. So there may be more weapons to be collected here. They won't get the one outside B. 4 of the players with Kevlar, and the one without, Makazine, finds Mezzy, the ding and a dong from the USP. What an awkward situation. Very bizarre round for Fnatic to lose.
Yeah, I think Mezzy set up that smoke purposely to almost like try and be able to sit in it. and have Crims pretend that he was holding the gap in the smoke. But clearly LFO were either just aware of that or they maybe spotted him cross, because he just got absolutely domed there. I guess it's just a very low-risk play for LFO to just try and spam that smoke just in case there's someone there. There's nothing you really lose by trying it. And as soon as that happens, they swarm in on the retake. Yay play not too successful for Fnatic there. And now maybe LFO can start their grind on the comeback.
Oh, got to be real careful being close to the smoke there with tracers. Can make it so much easier to punish you after once there's been spotted. Oh boy, Nika does. He sees the Crimson. That did less damage than I was expecting.
Yeah. Those walls must be thick.
Yeah. It's full of hieroglyphics.
Nice shot, Fasha. Oh, and Roy's backing him up. Dealing with that aggression out through B. Just need to make sure you don't give this Orb the 1v1 fights, though.
Makazine able to isolate those fights. Does he realize one is too close? No. That leaves Lucky now as Exercise drops. Oh my god, Nikodos, what are you up to there with those last kills? Shot on the frag. Double the score of LFO now. Fnatic 14-7. As they are slowly but surely marching to victory here on the first map of Anubis.
Yeah, it does feel like Nikodos is pretty well suited to this map. Getting a lot of these closer range fights and doing a damn good job at winning them. I like the patience out through B long there as well. The Fnatic players say, you know what, we're not just going to go ahead and push straight in because we know that Roy's got a really good chance of sneaking in. So let's just wait for him to take the contact instead. And his kill did end up being the difference maker. Quite a few pauses on this map. Looks like we are ready to get back into it. Can LFO keep it up, or is this one too far gone? Feels like Fnatic are just finding ways into these rounds. Oh, Nikodos. Not the molly he would have wanted. Still looking for that pick out through B, but it's Mezzy who wins a fight elsewhere.
Big duels now as LFO are really trying to stay in this game. Lucky, Makazine, and Exercise. Lucky's been dropped. Makazine always finds a kill on this bomb site. But will he be able to find enough? There is the first one. Down to a 2-on-2 then, as he smoked off, but that gives him room to play with. And less concern on one side. There is a flank coming from Exercise as well. And as they are concerned about that AWP, that could work in their favor. Indeed it will. Exercise popping Nikodos. And Fasha has to wonder where his opponent has gone. He still has a minute on the clock here. And he is carrying the bomb as well. So he can just continue this journey to figure out where this AWP has gone. But surely eventually Makazine will start looking behind him. 39 seconds to go. Now Exercise he's going back towards the B bomb site. It'll take him a while to clear it though. Fasha needs to get his gun out. He's looking the wrong way, going for a reload, and Makazine will shotgun him. And LFO stay in the fight.
Maybe expecting the CTs to try and stay together on the same side of the map. Maybe just didn't realize the AWP had repositioned, but fair play to Maka. Good read on the position to just completely retreat. And ends up hitting him with the no-scope. Money's still sketchy on both sides now. Another important round for both teams here, and Mezzi has dealt with some of that early aggression, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Oh, Ecstasy's again playing dangerous game for a second there, but gets the smoke down. LFO again going for that CT aggression. They've got Hadji pushed all the way out through B. That's some great information to have right here.
The grenade starts to move in. What does Exercise do? Well, there's not much for him to do at this point. There's quite a gap in that smoke, though. So he'll have a look. And that's the bomb that has to get retrieved. That buys some time. Lucky does some damage. Exercise will finish off the job. He's making this doable. I don't think we're going to see a bomb plant here. Crims is dropped as well. Nikados now with the AWP in a 1 versus 3. 35 seconds. He's found a bomb, but he's got to get some kills first, surely. Does he dare race towards the other side? Doesn't look that way. Exercise wondering what's happening. Going for the quick scope, misses. And that's 9 for LFO. You do start to wonder. No bomb plant, no money for Fnatic.
Yeah, you just start to wonder whether LFO can pull this back. It is their map pick after all. And nothing to work with for Fnatic right here. Maybe a chance to get a gun if they can run down Exercise. Although, wouldn't be surprised if he dumps some utility early to try and deny that possibility. Ooh, they try and make the play, and the spray only good for 1. AK recovered now. Oh no. This could go wrong here for LFO.
Increasingly awkward for all concerned. Nikados looking for a flank, and he may soon find one. Choco being very patient. Fasha with the Glock. That is a key difference maker. He picks up the rifle as well. How much do you want to lose now? Do you want to gift an AWP? Switching out for the rifles. Mezzi with 14 HP. Makazine looking one way, dropped by the other, but Hadji has the information down to the USP. He has a kit. He's got to find his kill quickly. Mezzi dancing, but he's got nowhere to go, and he still finishes it off with the Glock. Game point for Fnatic.
Damn, Fnatic find a way. That is crazy. I mean, it's just a 1 dig in this round. They jump out. Exus is only able to get 1, and then Mezzi at the end there, able to take down the low health player. Brutal for LFO. And look at what they're left with. Aka needs to buy something, man. What's he doing? Make up your mind. Finally gets a FAMAS. Lucky going for the early aggression. Flash out. Crims dodges away from it, but dies because of that. And this aggression has worked wonders for LFO.
Holding on. Not too far behind, but far enough that one mistake would be curtains. Very careful clearing of the angles there. Very jerky, just in case someone's holding an angle, and LFO often are. Bunching together now for the most part. Fasha showing some presence around the mid-area. 3 towards B for LFO. They won't see anybody in the water as they are looking. Mezzi forced through the flames. Roy's here as well, walking into the crossfire. And they won't see it in time. Hadji with 2. Nikados not ready this time, and Fasha's lurk will prove useless on this occasion. Not much else for him to do there. Can they finish off the job, Fnatic? Or will this be a case of stage fright? First map of the European Grand Final here for a place at Gamers 8 in the summer. LFO are not done with this game of Anubis just yet. Not going to be easy to win 5 rounds in a row.
Counter-terrorists win.
But not impossible either.
Yeah, not impossible. Man, this has been a real intriguing game here. Not sure what to expect from Fnatic on this map. They have showed up. I think they've showed us a real solid level. LFO starting to come into things as the game goes on, and Fasha hungry for action there on mid. The mollies go down early. Maka holding. Flash comes in, perfectly placed. Maka wants to hang around, hits the shot, but not the frag. He gets run down, and this could be dangerous. Exercise also hits the deck. This could be it for Fnatic here.
This could be the round they were looking for. They're stuck in the smoke. That's such a brutal way to have to find your first kill versus a bunch of pistols. LFO. Life is cruel sometimes. This may be the cruelest round of them all on Anubis. Haji trying to isolate some fights here, but even with all this util, they know exactly where he's coming from. The point of no return is just around the corner. Into the hands of Nikados he goes, and Fnatic will take Anubis, the first map of this best-of-3 series.
What a map for Fnatic. They will be delighted with that. They win on their opponent's pick. Now they have every opportunity in this series.
Yeah, it's a great start for them, and we were very curious coming into this one as to how they would look on Anubis with not so much data out there, and I think the answer is pretty good. LFO clearly a awkward team to play against with their style, especially on the T side, but Fnatic were ready for it. Still managed to find the right avenues to push on occasion, sometimes not though, but was still able to build a good score in the first half and take it through to the second. Momentum certainly in their favor on Anubis. So they brought it through to the victory. And again, winning your opponent's map always going to be useful for you. So they put themselves in a very strong position indeed, with Ancient, the second map of the series to come.
Still ready to get into that. Yeah, I think overall, LFO, they just got off to that really slow start, and it's tough because you kind of need that T side on Anubis right now. You need to do well, and only 6 rounds wasn't enough for them. A long way for them to climb back into this one now.
Thoughts of the panel after the break before we get into Ancients.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We are one map down in our best of three grand final in the EU region, and Fnatic have kicked things off with a bang. Looking for Org. They're on the back foot right now. They're going to have to figure out what's going wrong if they're going to get back into this series. I'm in the virtual studio and I am joined by Yanko and Kassad. You know what? Fnatic are doing what they're doing and they're living up to the expectations, aren't they, Kassad?
Yeah, you talked about it before the game. Is Nikot was going to show up, and he definitely did. What the deciding factor of this game was definitely the first half. If you're playing a map like Anubis, you want to get more than 6 rounds on the T side if you want to have any kind of chance in winning this map. They decided. I mean, it's not their decision, but they played and they allowed Fnatic to get 9 CT rounds and the T pistol after that. And it was just finishing up the job after that. So it did look a little bit closer than it should be, considering the first half, but Fnatic brought it to the end.
I think this game is actually a perfect illustration of the importance of the economy in Counter-Strike and also winning those key rounds, as we call them, or crucial rounds, right? So in a game in which Fnatic ended up winning 16-10, we've actually had LFO win more buy rounds, like buy round versus buy round. That was 8-7 in favor of LFO. But the problem is Fnatic won both pistols, converted. They won a full eco in that second half with Glocks on a couple of guys. They won a bunch of semi-buy rounds too. So it's not just about how many rounds you win, it's when you win them and in order that you win them. Just in the first half, it was 9-6 for Fnatic. All 6 rounds for LFO were gun rounds, right? If you win them in a slightly different order, you break the economy of Fnatic, you force them on an eco, you get a couple of free rounds as well in there, and the scoreline looks a little bit different for sure.
So economy playing a big part, but do you also think that there are possibly some cracks in LFO's play style at the moment as well? Are they playing too slow? We're seeing them trying to really slow down the pace of play to try and throw off Fnatic, but it's not always capitalizing, Janko?
Yeah, well, I think it's sort of the understanding of Anubis, or the general story is, the CTs can't really do much, especially in the mid round, right? So if the Ts just play it slow and use their utility well and take map control, there's not really much for the CTs in terms of responding to that. But, that's why we see more early aggression, more risk taking from the CTs, right? They don't want to find themselves in that sort of a constrained position. And also in this particular game, right, Fnatic with the pistol round win and conversion, having a bit of a buffer early on, starting off 6-1, I believe it was in this half, really helped them a lot to negate some of that T-side prowess on Anubis.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first half decided the game pretty much up to 80%. So it just needed that additional 20% of the T side, which they kind of got by winning that pistol.
I'm not going to lie, when they were down 5-0 deficit, when they won that next round and it went to 5-1, I was like, they're going to do it again. Don't do this to me right now. We cannot have this happen, because I know how confident you both were in Fnatic going into this. Actually, having said that, Janko, you went for LFO. I'm going to remind you of that. We're going to see how this best of 3 goes. But, I feel like LFO's map pick being Anubis and Fnatic taking that map, the pendulum massively swings in Fnatic's favor here, okay? Now it's their map pick. It's Ancient. Kassad, what can we expect from Ancient? Again, for the viewers who maybe aren't as familiar with competitive Counter-Strike, maybe break it down strategically and how we're expecting this map to play out.
I mean, first of all, it's one of the, I guess, the second best map for Fnatic in the whole map pool after Overpass, but they didn't get to pick it. They didn't want to pick it. But coming into Asian, they seem to be feeling really good. They defeated G2 in a very convincing fashion at a major a couple of days ago, and they seem to be playing quite aggressive on that one. To answer your question, as the map goes, we discussed it a few hours ago in the North American region. It's all about the early map control for the Ts, because they have the advantage of getting to the positions faster than the CTs early on, but in the mid and the late rounds is the CTs who are making these plays and making these pushes and kind of organizing the rotation and the defense of the sites.
Something that Fnatic likes to do on their T side, right? Whether it's Fasher, probably Fasher a bunch of times, but that's sort of a deep lurk, late round when they're grouping up, he's very delayed, whether he tries to take the opposite side or maybe just towards middle, trying to backstab, trying to sort of help finish the round for his team. I think if you're LFO, you really need to be aware of that and perhaps leave one player a little bit longer, delay the rotation a little bit, so you punish him and don't allow him to take a whole lot of space.
Okay, well, just a little bit of background on this. In the past 3 months, Fnatic have a record of 7-4 on Ancient, so should be pretty confident going into this. Now, what I will say is, we kind of did this, I feel like we did this at the beginning of the NA broadcast as well, so I'm going to do this again. We're just going to have a little bit of fun here, Kassad. We've just heard from Janko a little bit about what to expect, how LFO should approach this next map, okay? But I'm going to give you the invisible headset, okay? You have 30 seconds, a minute to basically discuss with LFO how they're going to get back into this, how are they going to break through, how are they going to take home this second map and force the map 3. What would you tell them?
Well, the thing is, I would probably go with something like, listen, guys, we have been practicing. We need to stick for the things that we practiced. The first map went the way it went. It doesn't really matter. We screwed up some things on the opening side, but it's still not over. We still need 2 maps to win this. I would remind them on the pistols. I would remind them on the early protocols and the first couple of gun rounds that we agreed on before the match, and I would just try to keep them keep their heads in the game and just not thinking about what happened in the last map.
Okay, well, after seeing this first map, Janko, how's your predictions feeling right now?
Well, I guess what I would usually say, I would stick to my guns. So now I have to go against that too. So now I will switch to Fnatic and saying that they are going to win, right?
Okay, I mean, it's perfectly possible. I'll allow you to switch, man. We're in the spaceship, like, we're chilling. It's absolutely fine. What about yourself, Kassad? Do you feel like this is just going to be a 2-0?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm sticking to my initial prediction. It's been going, well, I say semi-good right now because I missed on Australis, but we did hit on the North American region. Anyway, Fnatic should be good to take this one and finish it with a 2-0.
Well, it's time to find out. Let's see if Fnatic can close it out right here, or are we going to go the distance? It's time to go over to Bardolph and Hawker, who are waiting in the wings.
Thank you very much. Made sure my microphone was turned on this time, just in time. Yeah, I think Fnatic are certainly quite obviously in the driving seat, winning their pick of the opponent, winning their opponent's pick, LFO. They're going to have to do things the harder way now on Anubis. But again, I do wonder if I wonder how the early round's going to look. Again, we know that LFO like to punish. When LFO are playing on the T side, they like to punish CTs looking for info and so on. Sometimes we see those aggressive mid plays and pushes through B from a CT side. So my question is how that will work against the playstyle of LFO. Will they be able to cope with it, even against a team the caliber of Fnatic? What do you reckon, Hawker?
Yeah, I think Fnatic might have a bit too much here. I would have to agree with, especially what Yanko was saying. I'm excited to see if Fascia can get some of those lurks going, because even though LFO have been the slow-paced team so far in this series, normally that is Fnatic's wheelhouse. Normally Fnatic love those late-round plays, and I think now that we're on their map pick, we'll see them much more confident to go for a lot of those late-round maneuvers, try and maybe see if they can get into those annoying positions, always keep LFO second-guessing. And we will get to see if that is indeed the case, or whether LFO can surprise us themselves. And for LFO, yeah, I would say just play with a bit of freedom here. Take a few risks. Just try and make Fnatic uncomfortable, because if you play Fnatic at their own game on Ancient, there is a very real chance that they will just outclass you on this one.
I love the aggression that's invited by the layout of this map on the CT side.
I thought you were going to say by the music. I don't know why. I was like, yeah.
Now this is like race music, I suppose. I feel like I'd crash if I was racing to this music though, or crash more often.
Yeah, it's a little quick, maybe a little fast.
It's like GTA race music, not sim racing race music.
Yeah, that's the way to put it. More arcadey.
LFO then will begin on the CT side.
No P250s? No Deegs? Guess it's a B rush.
Yeah, no Deegs, man.
You don't need them on that B site.
The bigger magazine of the Glock will be enough if they can close the distance, and it's already close enough here. Magazine waiting for the peak. He's eating a big flashbang. Super Mario Brothers from Fascia, absorbing the bullets, taking the crosshairs away, creating space for his squad. Roy with the opening frag. LFO are here though. Lucky on the way from mid. Crims keeping T spawn on this. They've got the numbers to do so. For now, retake util being thrown. And down goes Fascia. Lucky creeping forward now. The CTs continue to pick up frags. Suddenly, Mezzi and Crims are alone. They had that entry, and that's all they've got here, Fnatic. The bomb is touched, and Mezzi has a great angle. They're going to have to offer some meat shields for this. Crims now needs to swing wide and go for that diffuser instead, but he won't make it there. And that diffuse will come through. That's a hell of a retake in a pistol round, especially.
Yeah, that is not bad. I thought that Fnatic were just going to be able to get onto the site quickly and work from there, but LFO keeping their cool. Mezzi maybe missing that initial opportunity. And then Crims stuck back, just a little too difficult to get back towards that bomb in time. Fnatic did get that bomb down though, so instant force right back. Their utility is really bad in this round, Fnatic. They've spent their early smokes all on mid. They're left with a single molly. And so they might just go for a contact play, potentially out through A here. Oh, the smoke denies them. That's so well timed. Now Fnatic have used all their utility on mid and they haven't even got control for it.
They've got the rifles though. Oh, that's awkward. Now they can play off of each other, and that makes it even more awkward. Into the meat grinder they go. Macazine running out of bullets. Lucky's got the range though. Does Nikados want to engage? Fnatic are quite spread out here. I wouldn't be surprised if Nikados leaves the A-bomb site entirely. He's going to retract at least. He does have Crims by the donut position, and Roy can maybe pull rotation now. Is it a double bluff from Fnatic? That bomb is moving away from A-Long, maybe at least to join his teammate in through mid. Although, Haji's going to have a superior angle, it looks like. Is Crims going to be ready for this? Oh no, he hasn't seen him. I don't think Haji has seen him either. Has he popped up on the radar even? Perhaps not, and there's now the bomb's been lost as Crims was focused on the A-bomb site. Things getting messy now as Roy turns it around, but who's going to rotate the bomb? Lucky heading towards mid. Crims clearing the bomb site. But again, it's Roy who has to cross in a 1v1 with 50 HP, 25 seconds on the clock here as Crim starts to move forward. Deagles remains out as he's got the MP9 as well, and Lucky has to wonder, do I hold him mid? Or do I look for a bomb carrier? 15 seconds. Where can Roy even go here? This is so awkward. Lucky's at the advantage. Race is on now. Can he even hold the bomb plant here? This is I can't imagine he can. He's going to try, though, as Lucky will press forward. Bomb's been planted, and the awkwardness continues for Fnatic as the round is secured by LFO.
Oh, so dicey at the end there. I thought Fnatic might have made the right mid-round move, but then you just see the bomb getting dropped by itself. They couldn't group up because Roy was so far away, having taken that B bomb site. So once the bomb gets dropped, it turns into a very uncomfortable position. I was wondering if Roy would have the cojones to fake plant with that little time left. Lucky did start to run him down, but Roy realizes he doesn't think he can take that risk. He feels like he has to just go for the bomb plant. And hey, at least when you get the bomb down, you get another buy on the T side. And you have full rifles. So again, short on utility, but they can really keep on piling the pressure on here.
LFO need to build as much as they can. Lost their map pick, as you can see there. 16-10 on Anubis for Fnatic. Oh, so many lineups to absorb from this series.
Nice.
It's a cheeky push from Crims, but the MP9 is awkward enough that Crims gets the kill. Lucky will trade by a molly. And Fnatic are super low on the numbers here. Not much to show for it. Some position, some presence shown by Mezzi. Bomb will make its way to join him. The LFO are posting up as well. They've got the time. Fnatic. But how did they get a bomb plant here? The bomb hasn't been spotted as Fasher is carefully making his way. They don't know if Donut's compromised or not, so he will be shift walking so as not to give any information away. But LFO is starting to wonder now. Retake positions on B as they're focused on Red Room, wondering where Fasher might be. No one peeking just yet, and with Donut being a question mark, how Fnatic plant the bomb? Haji getting closer to that mid area. They're going to have to take a risk here. Bomb getting planted. Mezzi clearing Temple. Spotting exercise, but not in time. He was low, but he couldn't finish off the job there. Fasher will get one more. But LFO will find their third, while Fnatic are still hunting for their first.
They just keep getting the bomb plants, though. I feel like the bomb plants just keep baiting them in. Just keeps drawing them back into these force buys. And I mean, you look at Fnatic's money, and I mean, I wouldn't blame them for forcing again. Get plenty of AKs out. It feels so promising. Even in this round, when you're in a 2v4, you get onto a bomb site. And it is the force buy wars that will continue. I mean, the other obvious upside is that the CT economy is still very much hanging in the balance. So all you need is the one breakthrough round for Fnatic, and boom, you control the economy game. And we heard Yanko talking on the desk about how important that economy game can be. Oh, and Crims has found the opening kill towards mid here. Hadji able to trade, but instantly spam back through the smoke. This is Fnatic's best opportunity yet to try and break through for that first round.
Big frags from Fnatic. Leaving Exercise in a 1v4. With the damage they've done in the previous rounds, Fnatic, this is their opportunity to build now. Lucky's got $200 before the loss bonus kicks in. Exercise will try to hold on to his rifle. A game of Ancient then for LFO to win, to try and take it to a third and deciding map to stay in contention for a spot at Gamers 8 in the summer. Nuke could be the deciding map in this series, should it get so far. Very early days, though, on Ancient.
Oh, man. You just work so hard on that CT side to stay afloat. And then you lose one round and you're full eco. That's just the way it is.
With the major still going on, you have to wonder if that's in the backs of the minds of Fnatic, if it impacts them much in a negative way. Does not appear so. Again, all these teams have lost many times. A feeling many will be familiar with, whether they want it to be the case or not. It's just part of being a professional player.
Yeah, I think, like, coming into the event, Fnatic, if you told them you were going to get to the 2-2 game and then lose, like, they wouldn't have loved that, obviously. They would have wanted playoffs, but it wouldn't have been a complete, disaster. But it's just when you beat G2 and then you lose to Into the Breach in that decider, you feel like you could have made it.
It's got a sting.
Yeah. I mean, especially for Mezzy, man. Like, he left the UK scene for a reason. That's for sure. Yeah. Felt like the UK scene was going nowhere.
I'm telling you, man, the memes on the UK scene Facebook group from certain individuals who would beg me not to say who they are. I won't say who they are, but they was hilarious, man. The memes were off the chain, like it was crazy. I feel like if that was still going, it would be quite some banter following that series, and I'm sure there will be on a friendly, personal level.
Yeah, of course.
Those were good times, man. 3-2. Choco will have the FAMAS. Looks like the flashbangs will be key for LFO if they can find good angles to get some pop flashes in for their teammates. No incendiaries at this point, just smokes and flashes, so they'll have to make the right play. Fnatic gravitating towards the A-bomb site. Look at the control they've got here. LFO have focused on a heavy B presence with 3 players, and mid has been abandoned entirely. They'll have internal clocks, though, to start to wonder about Red Room, etc., but they're in a very dicey situation here. Now we can see Fnatic lurking around that Red Room. Lucky with the MP9. Just baiting them into angles for Exercise. This is working out, and now Makazin is retracting, still looking for his first kill, heading towards that Red Room position, but the flank is already on here. And Roy can stay in situ if Crimson Co can get off to something, but Crims has been dropped in CT spawn. Mezzy's still here, but again, they've got nothing to show for it just yet. Now Mezzy gets activated, the MP9 runs out of bullets, and Mezzy swings through. Nikador's left in a 1 versus 3, carrying the bomb. They know he's here as well. He's got to know that a trade frag situation is coming. Try to isolate some fights with the smoke grenade. He's got 38 seconds on the clock here. Very tall order to make something happen in this scenario. He could be shift walking away, though. They don't know that. He has time to make a run towards that B bomb site. So as he waits, you can see Magazine falling back to B, but Jocko will solve the problem on that A bomb site, and LFO will find a fourth.
Yeah, quite a nice reposition there from Jocko. Decides to get away from the big box so that he can be closer to his teammates, and even just so that he can play a safer position where it's easy to deny the bomb plant there. You have a really favorable angle from Donut. You could always just tuck back into Donut if you want to buy time. So I love that decision there. And looking good for Org early into this one. Still got the buy from Fnatic. Big control is being established, and Roy has been having a good start to this game. Wanted to see if he could find a fight. Smoke denies him. Ooh, those shots landed, but it doesn't seem like Hadji heard. Roy still tries to go over the top, but he was there alone and so loses out early. Oh, one jiggle too many.
Always a
They're on to B.
nervous job to hold, and indeed the B bomb site has been lost now, but Hadji could be a nasty surprise for them. The health player will take the bullets and Nikodos will clean up. At least Magazine and his AWP to fall back. Such a risky situation going for those jiggle peeks towards B. If you do see people there, it often ends painfully in such a fashion as we saw. So the beginning of Ancient will be close then. With the pace of these rounds, it feels like we're in the second half already, but we're still in the early stages here.
Still early doors. CT economy is just shattered though. It's about as bad of a position as you can be in on some of these players, where you only have the $1,900 loss bonus. So even if you full save, you're not loving the look of your buy going forward. And maybe that just tempts LFO into going for a bit of investment here.
Something about Fnatic stickers, which are just always going to be good. One of the best logos in the game. Hasn't strayed too far from the original either. Looking at you, Mouse Sports. Let's not even get started on EG.
Yeah, I like it. I've always liked Fnatic's logo. Like, we don't get many oranges in esports either, so
yeah, it's a great pop, especially against the black. We've got plenty of black as well.
Hello, Hadji. Snuck out behind him. Oh no, Mac!
Oh dear. Now, what is their read? Oh, they're not wondering why would he just swing into mid like that? There must be a reason for it. Very awkward indeed. Smokes are out. Fasha is dropped, lurking in that mid position, trying to cut off the rotation. That gives LFO a numbers advantage and maybe a rifle to be rescued if they can spare the time. Nikodos will be very important here. Currently looking for a flank as his teammates have got reasonable positions. There is a smoke for Lucky. That could be very painful for Fnatic. Oh, that's so fast from Nikodos. Still looking for the flank, and suddenly it's on the way. Roy's got the angle, though. Ready for it, or is he? Down he goes. Now there's all the information for LFO. They don't have a kit, though, for this, so Nikodos has to die quickly. Choco will be chasing. No kit for him. All he can do really now is try to rescue a rifle, but he'll be unable to do that as well. As long as it's successful, that's all that matters for Fnatic. Score is now tied.
Yeah, but a B site success. even after losing the initial trades, Ecodos just doing a great job there at getting that pick back and then even playing the late round on the edge of the smoke. Not easy to play the way Ecodos does and play it consistently, but he's doing a real solid job so far. And LFO again forced down to one of these low buys. Ooh, a main aggression has been handled by Mezzi, although he's taken a slap in the face for it.
Run away and protect weapon. Nothing but the chirp of the birds keeping LFO company. No primary weapon for these players. I wonder if we'll see more primary weapons for the CTs in CS2. Battle arms make a very nice rifle.
Nice.
Maybe that pistol in the new John Wick movie.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet. I need.
He did his training at a place called Taran Tactical, which is in California, and they mod competition target shooting guns and all kinds of stuff. So there's lots of interesting things that could be done.
Ooh.
I haven't seen the movie yet. Yeah, LFO back on the buy once again. Behind now. They trailed Fnatic after leading early. Airstrike from Fnatic won't yield any results. So we see the first frag dropping exercise. Oh. And you're not doing that position. I saw 2 X's on the radar and I thought, did I miss something? But no, I think it's just a bug, which is fine. Haji forced to fall back now. Molotovs exchanged around that B bomb site as LFO are being forced from their positions gradually, painfully, sharply. Lead in the face is not recommended by your doctor. 3v5 now as LFO will be isolated one after the other. No one there to trade. Nothing else for Lucky and Makazine to do but try to save.
Yeah, it's getting tough now for LFO. And you can just see how top-heavy the scoreboard is on the CT side. Axis East went down early in this round. And just seeing Maka and Jocko struggle so heavily, it's a shame because Maka was looking real spicy on that first map. But all the spice removed. It's been a bit bland here for Maka. Oh, and that's just a great shot from Mezzi. Not even allowed to save. Oh, lucky dice to the bomb, of all things, after getting tagged up.
This is suddenly looking quite rough for LFO. These rounds feeling very dry. But again, just the process of utility from Fnatic as they advanced on that B bomb site with position was really fun to watch. As LFO were just, you know, their intentions, their plans were thwarted bit by bit. Choco maybe has a chance now with his 20 HP to land another headshot somewhere. Cause a bit of chaos. There's time for Fnatic to stabilize. They still have a lurker in Fasha. Mezzi, the can opener on the A bomb site. He did his best.
Alrighty. Low by going as expected. Roy gets caught, but everyone else here, Fasher, mainly cleaning up the final couple of players. They got to see some signs of life now from LFO. They will be fighting aggressively for mid. Ooh, Flash is coming through. 1-for-1 trade initially, and the CTs decide they're okay with that. They're going to tuck back. I doubt Nico does goes much further with that AWP. Certainly not without rifle assistance.
Roy surely goes down here. Okay. The man knows his angles. The crouch peek is in. I love how sudden the crouch peek is in Counter-Strike. And I wonder if peaks like that, the way the movement is at the moment, you know, I imagine people want it to be the same, but it seems to be a tad slower.
Yeah.
That'll be so devastating in the new game. Maybe the slower pace would give some players a newer lease of life. Now that is quite the AWP we're seeing. 3v3 then, with 38 seconds on the clock. Fnatic heading towards the A bomb site. All of the LFO players are somewhat separated at present, which really puts a lot on Lucky's shoulders here. Roy may go down quickly with 6 HP. He'll have to go in first and surely find out where these CTs might be. There's a trade from a patient Nikodos. Fasher to plant the bomb then. Joko and Makazine moving together. Makazine 1 for 9. Really needs to get to work with this AWP. The CT side as well. Exercise has been doing the heavy lifting, but he's not in this round now. 2-on-2. Joko's the one with the kit. Nikodos with eyes on the bomb. Jumping past the angle. May have seen the AWP. It delivers. Does Fasher have the angle? Where could he be? He's got a good angle for this one. Joko's the man with the kit, and you can see Maxine has no idea where to look. He's got the kit, not holding the bomb though, and it's going to be too late. Fnatic move to 8.
Yeah, Maka not even able to save at the end there. These rounds getting somewhat close, but Fnatic always having the edge, even after this kill from Lucky. We're able to trade him out, get that bomb down, and Fasher peaks at the right time. Such little time left. It was just a little too tricky in the end there. LFO not really able to put up the fight we were looking for here. Remember, they had that 3-0 lead off the back of the pistol. And the full gun rounds have been so convincing here for Fnatic. This time, it's only one CT defending B. Smoke about to come through. Our players cave to try and help, and ooh, the spam will work out from Joko. His teammates falling around him.
CT side looking real rough now. Every other round like this. Again, your sniper with 2 kills. After all these rounds, not the best time to go missing. Great util usage from Fnatic. Just delaying, buying more time, making things more difficult. And there isn't really much for LFO to do here, but die. 9-4 then for Fnatic. A strong T side on Ancient so far. And LFO have been looking for answers as well as Orgs in this half.
Yeah, got to see if those answers are coming in the gun round here. Warp again out into this round. As you were saying, has not had the sort of impact you would want it to. Finally, Maka gets something going early in a round. Pick in towards mid. So a clean 5-on-4. Ooh, staying active as well. I like that. Resting with the advantage.
Love these air raids we're seeing all over the map from Fnatic. Now that's 3 grenades in one spot. And it's Fasha who's lurking into B with the bomb. Or lurking behind the smoke at least. And there's no support there. No one to trade the frag. Or Nikodos was around the corner, but he has been lost as well. Maybe Fnatic playing against expectation of rotating elsewhere after 3 grenades land on the B bomb site. Hasn't worked out on this occasion though. This will be a crucial round for LFO. Everybody stands at the end. Great for the last round of the first half as well. Let's see if they can make it to 6.
Yeah, that would be nice for them. Again, the kill distribution from Fnatic. So pleasing to see so many players so close together. Definitely one of the reasons I enjoy Fnatic as a team. Often you get an in-game leader who's just not a big fragger, but Ezzy, one of the biggest fraggers on this Fnatic team as the leader. Not that there's much to separate them. So mid-control established in this one. Fasha needs to be a little careful here over towards B. Aggression has come down in towards this area. Flash in, but Fasha wins the fight anyway. Back to a 4-on-4 and donut control will be contested now. Mezzi nearly naded down to death.
Looks promising for LFO so far. I see Crim's lurking now. Icon of Fnatic. Lucky with a quick peek, spots Nikodos and the bomb in the middle of mid. Makazine waiting as well. Fnatic playing a slow game here at the end of the half. Nikodos will be rotating that bomb towards that B bomb site. So now what does Mezzi do with a 7 HP in Donut? How does he get involved in the action here? Crims has been lost. Makazine with a perfect angle. That leaves Nikodos in isolation, which compromises Mezzi's plans, surely. 20 seconds. You have to expect 2 players to be on this bomb site. Now things get really rough. Nikodos does not have the time to wait for his teammate to catch up here. There's Mezzi coming in from the back, and Nikodos may have found a bomb plant. That Molotov will be crucial. We can see Haji's position behind it. Nikodos spots, but doesn't swat. And it's down to Mezzi with 7 HP then. They've all got kits as well. Does he have his angles? Does he know his angles? Surely he's doomed indeed. Instantly, he will be dropped, and it will be 6 rounds for LFO. A tense first half of Ancient. A difficult affair for LFO after a promising start. But it's all about how you finish, and perhaps they've done enough.
Maybe. Looking good for them. Got to see if they can keep it up, though. And yeah, Fnatic definitely looking good right now, but LFO keeping themselves in contention. We'll see how this one unfolds heading into the second half after this.
At Gamers Without Borders 2023, I chose UNICEF. Being there for children is not only a noble cause, but also a smart investment in humanity. We chose UNICEF to ensure that everything we do through Gamers Without Borders will have an impact on the very, very long term. A child will grow up and our impact will grow with them. Too many children are left behind in forgotten crisis. Children don't only need our help when cameras are pointed towards them. UNICEF is there at every step of the way. And we're proud to join UNICEF on this mission.
Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going.
LFO need to stay in the fight here on Ancient if they want a place at Gamers 8 this summer. They are a map behind. They lost their map pick of Anubis, and they're trying to take Fanatics on Ancient. Can they do it, Hawker?
Yeah, it's. I think it's going to be a close one. I honestly think. I feel like LFO are getting into it there. I hope that they can come through at least. Maybe I'm talking more optimistically than anything, because Fnatic should still be pretty firm favorites here in this one, let's be real. But I'm hoping they can put up a good fight here, because for LFO, obviously a huge opportunity for these guys. I mean, already making a bit of a name for themselves with some of the wins they've got in this qualifier, but making it to the main event over in Gamers 8 would be incredible. And that is what they are fighting for right now, as well as that charity prize money, getting to pick the charity it goes to. Let's see how they can deliver heading into this second half then. Is Fnatic onto that CT side. And it looks like LFO might go for a similar pistol to Fnatic as they all go over towards B early. That's some good info. Oh,
Lovely one tap from Nikados. Starters, you mean to go on, of course. Continuing the charge. The flashes are here. The counter flashes from the counter terrorists. 4v2 then. Lucky and Makazine have planted the bomb. How far will they go in this round? They're collapsing on Makazine now, who rings the bell. Too far away with the Glock, maybe. Perhaps it was through the wall. Either way, Roy and co will take the pistol. Fnatic instantly moving to 10, but there is a bomb plant here for LFO. So let's see what they choose to do.
yeah, that opens up the options. I think that is the nice thing about going for that B-sided play. It's so likely you're going to get the bomb down at a minimum. But I love how Fnatic seem pretty prepared for that B play. Saw Fasher was basically jump peeking for info, safe in the knowledge that it's really unlikely that you're going to get one tapped at range, especially if they go for a B rush. They're probably going to have Glocks, and then they have the counter utility. They have the mid players ready to come in on the rotate. Really well read by Fnatic to deal with that exact play. Full spy has come through, so LFO want to see if they can fight early. But some good mid control right now and some more aggression. Fasher is going to get dealt with there. Good hold, and look at all these kills for LFO.
fantastic response from them so far. Suddenly in a very good position. 3 of the 4 players of Kevlar. Hadji, the one that isn't. Incredibly awkward now for Fnatic. Early problems. LFO being real careful about it, waiting for everybody to bunch up. And I imagine Fnatic are going to be chilling here for a while. Executing onto the site with what they have. There is promise then for LFO with this bomb plant with 4 players alive, all with primary weapons. It's going to be very difficult for Fnatic to not get fully reset in the next round. They're simply not going to have the money to mount a reasonable defense. Again, eyes on Makazine for this half. It was terribly quiet in the first half. And perhaps he can make amends in this one. He could be the difference maker to bring it to a 3rd map, perhaps.
Definitely possible. This round win has really improved their chances if they can keep the CT economy down. And what is the decision for Fnatic? I mean, their money's so bad. You probably go for the full force around this one. I've got to wait and see. You never know. Definitely would be nice for LFO to see a couple of those players you were talking about step up. I would really start to give you confidence in the team as a whole, as a unit, rather than just some of the players that have been delivering so far. Brief pause here ahead of this one. Hopefully can get back into the action as soon as possible.
LFO have got a fair chance to aim for 10 rounds in the short term. Tell themselves that they've created a situation where they can quickly tie the score and aim for that target. Short-term goals to focus on. One player's popped to the bathroom, so we'll be back in action soon.
Happens. Hopefully, shouldn't take too long in this one. Yeah, definitely still feeling like Fnatic are favored here, but I'm kind of glad that LFO got this force buy win, right? It gives them the chance to get something going here on Ancient. So otherwise, there was a chance that Fnatic were just going to run away with it. And when LFO fought so hard, it would have been a shame for them to just be beaten convincingly. You want to put up a good fight at least once you get to this final. Seen a lot of Ancient played by LFO as of late. Not too successful on it in general. They do have a few wins, but it's generally against weaker opposition. And the majority of the time when they're playing against a top-level team, a team of similar caliber to Fnatic, they haven't been winning on this map. Whereas Fnatic on a nice little streak. This is in fact the map that Fnatic played in a couple of their best of ones up until this point. Looks like we are ready to get back into this one. LFO will be here with the better buy, but they still have this force buy to contend with some of those saved rifles in play as well. Ooh. Ooh. Decent damage for Mezzy. Okay. The spam damage goes both ways.
So let's see what Fnatic is trying to achieve here. Well, Crims is taking a lot of risks with this M4. That will allow them to close the gap, although rotation will be awkward unless they find a frag onto Exercise in that mid position. Will they be checking for him? Indeed, they will be, but he turns around at just the right time. Can see Nikados is trying to hunt, also gets his bell rung there. That'll make things painful, but Crims, he could be the main activator here as Fasha slows things down. 2 players on the ramp. Can Crims get there in time, though? He needs to get to work before Fasha is dropped. Nikados coming through from that mid position as well, and they are never going to see Crims coming. Looking for a second, great PV fire from him, and Nikados has a great angle. Dream is collapsing for LFO, then as Haji's in the clutch, 1 versus 3. The trade here from Fasha. The proactiveness from Fnatic, playing against LFO's timing on this occasion, and they're able to steal a very unlikely round back into their favor.
Yeah, that's a big round to win. Snatching it straight back. Couple of rifles in play for them in the round, but it is that fight from Nikados that starts things off, and those rifles just able to activate at the right moments there. Can be a difficulty with that B site sometimes. And buys for both teams now. Both teams at breaking point here. Crims with a solid spray down initially. Roy with a nice spray on the edge of the smoke. This mid control being denied in its entirety. And Mezzy even takes control of B. Looking for Orcav, just none of the map right now.
Crims is here to clean up the mess, drop the bomb as well, leave Lucky in a 1v3. There is more impact to be had here. It'll be very difficult with the angle that Fasha is holding, though. Moving through to be denied. 12-7. Creeping forward, Fnatic. Getting closer and closer to a position at Gamers 8 to securing it. Great tournament coming up. Again, that lion's share of the money to be awarded to their charity of choice as well for that first place position in the qualifiers. Air raid again from Fnatic. We saw so many of those on the T side, and they'll continue on the CT again. Great attention to detail. Shout out to Keita in the back as well. Big counter-strike brain. Ooh, it's run out of bullets with the wall banging there. That is awkward. And Roy definitely doesn't want to lose that rifle, but he has. Rotation is here. They're somewhat contained now. Crims will certainly help out there, forcing his way forward through the smoke to get domed as well. And now Fasha will start moving. We can see that boost is here. The double peek is on the way. Oh. Great response from LFO. Will they look for Nikados? They won't. Down to the 1v1 now. A minute on the clock for Joko. He's got to commit to the bomb plant as well. Respect. Trying to make his way towards the ramp. There's no smoke for... There's no diffuse kit for Nikados. He does have a smoke, however. And he's picked up a flashbang. I think he's realized what is happening here. Doesn't throw the smoke just yet. Does he read a rotation around to the side? He only has so much time, bearing in mind there's no kit. He rings the bell. And there is the defuse. The headshot not enough there for Joko. Collected a kit on the ramp, I suppose, to get there even faster. A narrow victory, but an important one. Again, every step is a step towards Gamers 8. Only 3 more steps required.
Yeah, man, that would have been a criminal round for LFO to win, with Maka just getting Glock kills all over the place and starts to hit headshots with a rifle. I mean, fair play to Maka. He is stepping up as we were asking for. but not quite enough to win the round this time. Eco does come in through with a clutch for his team. Has been the bottom fragger for them, but has still been having a solid game. Only died 8 times. It's been a pretty efficient game for Nico Doz. Nice to see him delivering in the clutch there in that one. So, what do LFO have for this all-important gun round? What approach do they try and take into this one when they really desperately need a round win? Because if they lose this, the road to come back is long and not safe. Danger would be around every corner. Ooh, Mezzy. Gotta be careful.
The usual start then. Very important to try and control this as much as possible. Got to be careful with his reload there. You can see Lucky's looking for it. As Lucky hears that reload and the position edges through the smoke. But look at all these players here for Fnatic. They have intentions and they're all bad. Will there be a flash? Flash has got one. Gonna be the big wide swing and Crims will trade Makazine. Hasn't seen a bomb behind the wall. Again, this slow pace from LFO will continue. That bomb will need to be collected. They're looking for action around that donut position. Crims has taken so much damage through the wall there. LFO, you can just see them on the radar, edging forward towards that donut spot. They've lost their lurker on A-long now as the bomb rotates, but to where? Surely it has to be through mid. Does he go towards long on its own? That'll be quite dependent then. Nika does, spots the head, he spots the bomb as well. Was he seen there by Lucky? Oh, he must have been. He was, and that's the big jewel that they really couldn't afford to lose. They're taking gambles here, and they are never going to get there in time either. A brutal loss for LFO. Sometimes a slow pace goes wrong.
Yeah. And Fnatic are a team who know how to play against the slow pace better than anyone. They play it themselves. Little time left. They get the info they need, and Nico does. Just getting into frustrating positions. LFO unable to find the end goal they were looking for in the round. And Fnatic closer and closer to the 2-0 victory here in this grand final. Such a convincing lead for them now. Be hard pressed to find a way back for LFO at this point, but they at least have a couple of AKs that they saved from that round. The other player's not even fully investing though. Round 22 is upon us. Oh, those nades on point. Maka slowed on his approach.
Too many targets might be seen. How about that for a drive-by? He's so blind. That last shot did all the damage needed. Can Nikados follow up? Look at the pre-fire from him. Oh, that's so awkward, isn't it? Just one shot required. He's got to think, God, that's embarrassing. Hope no one makes a clip of that.
I didn't even know how that's possible. I just thought if you just like were running, one stray bullet would land.
Sheer desperation. Wanted to keep moving, not to be a sitting duck, even though only one bullet was required. That was... Oh, I felt like I was playing.
Scary, scary situations for both teams. I mean, the bomb's been left back by LFO, and Roy is pretty close by to those double doors. Nico Doz now rotating back. This has got pretty uncomfortable pretty quickly for both teams. Nico Doz, nice timing on that fight. Roy is now on an island towards B. Oh, he swings at just the right time. That bomb can't be recovered. And Haji has so much to do.
This is a rough one. Maybe hiding in plain sight was the play there. Oh, he's got money to buy an AK anyway. That was crazy, though. Just that last bullet, had to really make sure he landed that one. They were the replay ops are kind enough not to put that spray.
Yeah.
I understand it though with the urgency. You know, he really doesn't want to get clipped, but it's still funny to watch. Anyway, it's match point, series point for Fnatic. Tournament point, if you will. One more round and they qualify for Gamers 8 2023. This is the European qualifier, the open qualifier. And they have 1 foot in the door. LFO have struggled on this T side. They have many rounds to claw back now.
Yeah, Fnatic so close. Have to think they're going to get this one over the line, but maybe LFO have some fight left in them. This aggression on mid could be nice. Flash is on point. It's actually a team flash apparently in the mix, but Crims fights right back. So solid Crims has been throughout this map, up to 20 kills, leading the server. And we'll see if they try and test him any further here. Ooh. Ezzy just back through the smoke. Crims not able to win that fight. That's a great shot from Haji. It's got into top mid, but elsewhere, Mezzy with another frag. Fnatic 1 away from victory. It's Haji who's still fighting for his team. But the bomb is so far away from him, all the way over in Jaguar. Haji's waiting for a mistake that I don't think will come. He's going to have to go to them. He's going to have to go to the bomb. Still 50 seconds. Finally, he'll try and make his move. Oh, Haji, he is going to be double peaked. Fnatic get it done. They take the victory 2-0, and they secure their spot at Gamers 8.
Massive victory for them. Can't wait to see the spectacle at Gamers 8 in the summer. That's a very big victory for them. A lot of money won for charity by Fnatic, and there's more for them to do later in the year as well. A relatively comfortable victory despite that slow, painful pace from LFO. Again, Fnatic masters of the trade, showing LFO how it's done in this series, winning their opponent's pick first on Anubis, something we don't see from Fnatic too often. And then moving through on Ancient to secure the series 2-0. They'll be certainly happy with that. Something promising after missing out on the playoffs at the major. That's something that they can look forward to in the near future. So congratulations to Fnatic for qualifying for Gamers 8. That's going to be very fun to play at indeed. And again, the amount of money they raise for charity there is also fantastic.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think well-deserved win, we have to say. They looked pretty comfortable, honestly, on both maps. I'd say Anubis was maybe a little sketchy for some period, but just such a strong start for them. And then here on Ancient, it really looked like they were by far the better team. They showed their class. They showed why they were favorites in this one. And for looking for Org, I mean, they showed a decent level here, especially with some of the wins they were able to get. They obviously get to choose some money for a charity of their choice as well. So obviously, always nice when you have that to fall back on. But yeah, Fnatic, clearly the better team here in this one.
Yeah, congratulations to Fnatic. That's us out. Over to Banks.
Thank you so much, James and Hawker. There you have it. Our teams that are qualified for G8, MIBR from the NA region and Fnatic from Europe. They've done it. European champions there, 2-0. What a compelling performance. They'll be competing at Gamers 8 later in the year alongside the best in the world. And like our caster said, for that $1 million prize pool. I'm joined in the virtual studio by none other than Kassad and Yanko. You know what? Kassad, you all right, buddy? All along, you know, this is why you're here. This is why you're an analyst.
Pretty common thing these days.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day, so.
You know, he's got the crystal ball, you know, that he was talking about during the NA bracket, so it's fine. You know, a much more even start to Ancient, though, we've got to say. Yanko, you mentioned how vital T-side is on Ancient, okay? So, like, you can get to the site quicker, thus set up more efficiently. So LFO actually got on the board pretty nice and early and capitalized on what you guys were talking about. But then it just kind of all went a little bit pear-shaped, didn't it, buddy?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it showed Fnatic's prowess on the map. They most recently played G2 on it, had another comfortable win. Also, yeah, Fnatic did lose the pistol and couldn't really break LFO early, but they were getting the bomb down every single time, so they could keep putting up the pressure on LFO's economy. And once they were finally able to win a round, you know, that really was a big momentum shift.
You know what? This is just a taking care of business from Fnatic's side. You know, I have been on the receiving end and I have been on the delivering end of this type of matchups when you kind of feel that you are the better team and whatever it is that you do, you feel like that the opponents cannot stop it. There was like an early glimpse of maybe a possible upset for looking for Org, but ever since then it was just a one-way traffic and they didn't have any chance in the mid rounds, in the early rounds, and in the clutches as well.
As Kassad is trying to say, sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the windshield.
That sounds fair. There you go. We've got the European bracket updated for you there. I mean, looking for Org did an incredible performance, like taking out Astralis out of the competition, just couldn't quite get it done against Fnatic. They'll be moving on, like we've already said. Also, huge props to Crims and Nikodos as well for an insane performance throughout that 2-0. I mean, got to give credit where credit's due, right, guys?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about the fact that they are inconsistent, especially Nikodos, but he, you know, showed up today despite the fact that they got eliminated from the major in a very excruciating way. So, and they managed to get their spot into the Gamers 8 event, and it's a pretty good thing for the Org and for them as well.
You've spoken about their individual performance. Who is your MVP of the series? Yanko, I'm going to come to you first. Con, you can choose an MVP for us.
I think I'll probably go for Nikodos mostly because of that first map and the impact it had there, but in the end it was just a comfortable win for Fnatic. Everyone was doing their job. You could tell, you know, they were on point individually because a lot of those rounds, mid-round pushes, this and that, it's like if they don't trade there, all of a sudden the round opens up for LFO. They can maybe take the side, post plants and whatnot, but they were just really good at always being one step ahead, forcing LFO to play from behind. And, you know, a team like them, they were going to have some serious struggles.
Yeah. So I feel like you are the true MVP here because you have been in the spaceship since last night. So you gotta give you some credit for that one. But when it comes to the game, definitely Nikodos with the impact on both maps, especially like Yanko said on the first one, and even in the second one, he got some of the late round clutches, especially in the second half, as we can saw in that 1v1 as well on the B side. Like some things like that, they make a difference.
You know what? I'm past the point of tired. I feel like the air's just really thin up here, so everything is good and well. Now, if you want any more information about the tournament, the charities, or the qualified teams, then you can just head over to gamerswithoutborders.com to check out all of that information there. Thank you so much for joining me here at this competition, throughout this entire charity event, throughout all of the esports that we had on offer, but also mainly today with all of our Counter-Strike action that we brought you. Thank you so much to my fellow Counter-Strike talents who joined me on this broadcast. You guys have been fantastic. Production, this has been an absolutely phenomenal show to work on. I mean, just look at this. I've had a great time. Thank you to all the players for taking this game to new heights, as you do, and thank you so much to all of you at home for watching, for supporting all of your favorite teams throughout all of the competitions that we've had. We've raised $40 million for charity over the past 4 years at Gamers Without Borders, and I'm sure there is going to be more to come. We've had 2 teams who have qualified for Gamers 8 later this summer in our Counter-Strike competition, and we cannot wait to see how they do in that tournament later in the year. My name is Banks. I'll see you at Gamers 8.